warmed up, I
Welcome
guess.
to PKA episode 304. I have something to talk about. Fuck, I did this on the drinking episode. So, if you've ever used OBS, clicking preview and clicking record are right next to each other, and they look the same. And
You don't have them hotkeyed?
I don't have them hotkeyed. Anyway, I've been previewing for 90 minutes maybe?
Yep.
Let me tell you what we've been up to. Fuck. I'm sure I won't get any fussing over this.
Well, let's all hit the breathalyzer. Just let the crowd. So are we really starting the show right now?
Yeah,
Is that what's happening?
we're kicking right into it.
Okay, welcome. What episode is this?
304.
Welcome to episode 304 with sponsors Squarespace, NatureBox, TrackR, ZipRecruiter, and brand new sponsor Uber. We're going to talk about more about each of them later on in the show. There are links down in the description if you want to check them out now. We have our guest Filthy Robot. We've been making a show for 90 minutes and drinking the whole time.
We have.
And we're all just a little bit tipsy and upset. And
I'm really sorry.
God damn it.
I am really
so
sorry.
Fucking frustrating. We're all pretty, a little drunk at least. Well, we'll see. We'll see how drunk we are. I don't think
All
I'm
right.
that.
So what we have is breathalyzers and what's left of Kyle's best effort. This is apple moonshine that he made.
Is that what it's called? Kyle's best effort?
Well, it just says
It's a
Kyle's.
great name for a drink.
Yeah. And all right, let's see where we are.
So you're still good to drive, Kyle.
just barely.
Kyle at .075.
What do you
Me
know,
at
2?
.012. Again? That can't be right.
It could be. You know your liver processes this shit, right?
Yeah, but
Wait, Kyle was
there's no-
.07?
5.
Yeah, why is this so much higher than mine?
yeah, what the fuck? I'm at .012, and I've drank enough to know I'm drunker than that.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Ugh.
I think.
Oh.
Dude, we're gonna get pretty drunk tonight because we got a show to do, and it doesn't matter that you drank
Now
this
we're
much
starting
already.
90 minutes late. Oh no, drinking episode. Good luck.
Filthy's laughing at us. So yeah, the buttons they look very similar.
All right, another shot.
Okay, yeah, I like the way you're thinking. God almighty.
Oh.
Man, and I must say, the whole part of the dynamic of this show is that, the spontaneous, talking triggers other spontaneous stuff. It's really hard to redo that. It's not like you're presenting.
You can't.
It's not like you're. Yeah. Yeah,
You
you're
can't
not
use those
presenting
jokes again. You missed the great story of me being retarded. It's not going to be funny. You do next time. All right, let's drink this.
We burned some solid material.
Yeah.
Solid.
Gone.
Mistakes happen, though. They don't usually happen like that. Mistakes happen.
You know what I thought was funny, though? That he typed that to us. Instead of just being like, we got a problem, guys. I didn't record any of this shit. He typed it as if he was recording and didn't want anybody to hear him. He should have just been like, hey, guys, I got a real bad... I read it, and when I just read, I have a huge problem, I was like, oh, God, what just happened? Woody's got to leave us. We're going to have to do some sort of 3-man rigmarole here. And but no, that's a different story. So where should we go with this? What did we lead off with last time? What was our first topic?
Welcome to our guest, Filthy Robot.
To our guest, Filthy Robot. Yeah, that's what we started.
What a wonderful introduction. I've never quite had it said that way before. Thank you, Woody. That's a whole new meme for the rest of the fucking internet. Thanks.
Oh.
We talked about politics. We spoke about how sweaty Woody is getting.
We can just tell them what we've already talked about, though. It's not much of a show. If you had been here, these are the things we would have spoken about.
It's a funny moment when I accidentally called Filthy Lefty, and then I joked that Filthy's only half the man that Lefty is, but in a good way, and then everybody kind of laughed a little, but then felt bad.
Because they were going by displacement.
One thing we should mention again is the taste of this. It is 15-20% alcohol or so. It is sickly sweet, very, 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 very sweet. That's how Kyle wanted it to be, I suppose. It's not bad. It doesn't taste bad. I'm just not used to drinking things with this much sugar. So I can feel my tummy rumbling after drinking quite a bit of this. Because I've pretty much polished this whole thing off. And then I've got this much left in my thing that I'm pouring it into a shot glass with so I don't make a mess.
I thought that you were ahead of... I was like, how did he finish this? So I'm down to here. It used to be full. I took the seal off when we weren't recording.
Yeah, we're all around the same area.
Very
We're probably gonna have
visually
to
on
go
channel
get more
2. He
booze.
cut it off, like popped the seal, like everything was very well done for you guys. You won't know it, but you know, if you were curious.
But it was all above board, you know.
All right,
And
all right.
no can I run out.
Yeah,
so.
I gotta say, I don't know
Kyle
if
can't run out.
I don't know if my viewers would buy it if I'm like, yeah, I'm doing a drunk stream and I started my bottles empty. You know, I already had this on board. I just don't know if they'd buy it.
Well, we got.
Well, we have the breathalyzers going, so there's that.
Yeah, but yours, you keep blowing and yours doesn't change.
I just took like 3 extra shots because the last 2 times I've blown have been .012. So if it comes up as .012 again, this $75 breathalyzer is fucking broken. And so
That's the one. Next time you get pulled over, you're like, officer, can I please use my own breathalyzer because this one doesn't go up.
no, you don't have to break yours out. I got it. You know.
The audience is going to think I'm kidding. Woody dropped at least 4 N-bombs in the thing that didn't get recorded. He really did. He really did.
And it was in like the first 90 seconds.
But it was in
really
reference to the song "Niggas in Paris." Like it.
Was it? Yeah.
I remember that second part.
All right. So here's the question. We might as well just do this with everyone listening since we're fucking. Do we want to go back over some of the things we already covered, or do we have to go to fresh territory here?
I think it's got to be fresh territory.
All right, I got a question. It's from the Patreon. At the $10 level on Patreon, you can ask questions that influence the show and stuff. I don't even know. And you get episodes early and stuff like that.
Very early.
But I had one. Oh, what is a day in the life like for Kyle and Taylor? It actually says Taylor and Kyle, but whatever.
That's okay.
Well, Taylor and I like to get up early. We don't eat breakfast. We love our brunch. He likes pancakes. I like
I'm a
fruit.
brunch guy.
We like to mix it up. So my normal day, I like to sleep really fucking late unless I have something that is a morning activity. My sleep schedule is I wake up around 11 a.m. to sometimes as late as like 12:30 p.m. like after lunch, but then I don't go to sleep again until 4 a.m. or something like that. But it's completely different if I got something to do.
Does being nocturnal make you unhappy? Because that's what happens to me a little bit.
Well, I don't like the sun or like daylight activities. Like there's never like I don't frolic in meadows or like relish like getting a tan or anything. So like there have been those movies where like they talk about post-apocalyptic times when the dust clouds like go and it's a 1,000-year night, and I'm like, oh cool, no sunglasses, huh? All right. I guess we'll all have cool night vision goggles, right? And we'll have like some sort of vitamin D supplements. Like, doesn't sound too bad. But so yeah, I don't miss the sun very much. I don't like getting in the sun. I don't like the sun's harmful rays. I'm always wearing sunscreen, even though I usually stay inside. But in a normal day, it really depends. It's lots of errands. I have more errands than you can believe, and I run a lot of errands for Kitty. So yesterday, for example, hour and a half with my lawyer, an hour with an insurance agent, an hour's worth of yard work, I would say. I had to take out I had to break down like a whole pile of cardboard boxes. Went and saw my dad, worked on a project that we're tinkering with over there that we've been working on for some time.
Car?
Did some, well, we've got a bunch of cars over there, but it's something else that we've been tinkering with. That I just wouldn't say publicly. I'll tell you later if you want to know.
Okay.
So yeah, we tinkered over there for maybe 2 hours. My mailbox got knocked over by some miscreant. So I put that
karma.
So I put that back up, and of course, put a bomb inside. So next time they hit it, they'll die. Of course, didn't really do that.
Or the mailman.
Yeah, whoever. And I cleaned up downstairs. That was my day yesterday. So they change so wildly. Every day's different. Like there's not like a 9 to 5 routine where like there's the same thing to do every day. Some days have like huge responsibilities where there's lots of pressure, and some days it doesn't matter if I wake up or not.
And to be clear, you're selling Patreon with this, right? That was what you wanted to use as your exemplar of why they want to ask questions for that kind of answer, that kind of riveting response. That kind of look into your life.
Well,
So tell me, you broke down boxes and did yard work?
I guess I glossed over the hours worth of masturbation, but you got to pay $50 to get to that. You got to
only 1 hour.
Yeah, well, it's just not interesting.
Remember,
I
guys,
assume
the
a day in the
sentiment's
life-
the best part.
Taylor is kind of a corporate life, right? Like, you got a day job.
Not as strict as a traditional corporate life. It depends what time I have to go places, because I can do quite a bit of stuff from home. Every day though, I do go out. It depends what time, what meetings I have to get to and whatnot. It depends on the client that I'm working with that day, and mostly I'm usually out of the house before 9 or so, and then I usually get back home. If it's like an easy day, I don't know, like, that's the nice thing about it, is it's not like totally structured. There are some days where it's like I'll have quite a few morning meetings I have to get done, and then from 1 p.m. on, it's like I don't have fuck all to do. Like, I'm kind of just waiting for other people to get shit done and send it back to me. And then other days it'll be like, I can wake up and not have anything to do till like noon, and then a bunch of afternoon meetings. And then unfortunately, of course, there's shit where it's like, oh, God damn it, I'm going to be working from 7 to 7 today trying to get shit done before deadline. But, yeah, other than that, it's just work, come back home, fuck around with video games and the internet and Melissa, and eat, and not exciting. Like, I don't even have as much free. If Filthy made fun of fucking Kyle's answer, he's gonna rip on mine because I don't even have the excuses of like, well, sometimes it's a whole dice roll what we might end up doing at my compound. Like, no, it's like there's a variation of things that I might be doing, but it's all in the same industry. It's all in the same realm. So
I've been trying to fly out of my yard lately.
Ooh.
Yeah, I've given myself permission, for lack of a better term. But it's harder than I thought. And I don't want to drone on about paramoting. I know some people aren't a fan. But the nature of my yard is it's a bowl, right? Like, so there's two ways that's true. One is it's surrounded by trees and power lines, I should mention. So, like, the ground level is just a little lower than the wind level. Now, the wind has to, like, come in to get to me. And then beyond that, the ground's not completely level. So I was like, some of the best places to launch are sort of downhill. So I have to run uphill. And I haven't successfully launched yet. And it makes me really sad, like more than you might guess. Like, this is the whole objective.
So what do you, I don't tend to, I'm subscribed to the PKA Reddit, right? And I don't tend to visit there often, but I do occasionally catch a headline or something. And there was a headline the other maybe a month ago now, and it was and I actually clicked on this one because I was a little concerned, just briefly, and it was like the Woody died in a paramotoring accident like headline, and it was conceivable to me. I was like, I clicked on it and I'm like, this could have happened, and I read it and I'm like, did this happen? And I had to take like a second to really process, because that seemed reasonable to me. What you just described, yeah, it's a bit of a bowl. There's some large trees and a power line, and like. I could see this. These things seem like they'd be related.
And it looked like a CNN article or something. If you clicked on it, like the thumbnail had like a picture of, and it said exactly what it would say if someone from YouTube died. They wouldn't say like Matt Woodworth died in this. They would just say like famous YouTuber passes away in tragic vlog or something like that. And that's what it was. And
so what happened was
real. But,
my friend's paramotor broke, but because we're like friends with the distributor also, we try not to like put out a lot of bad news about the product he sells. So I had no footage, and we did it like all weekend. So Monday came along and I didn't make a vlog, and I was really consistent with my vlogs at the time. So everyone assumed I died. And that was, what else?
Even some of us. I thought he died.
Kyle thought I died too.
Well, 50-50.
Yeah, so
or dying. We didn't know exactly.
Are you still enjoying it?
Yes, I'm still enjoying it. Right now, I'm temporarily frustrated. I've had a couple like failure to launches. Like I'll go out there, I'll try to launch like 3 times, and I'll be like, you know what? I think it's just wrong right now, and it would be a bad decision to push this into, like, I could have launched. I'm sure I could have done something, but who knows how it would work out? And if you feel like it might be dangerous, then the culture and the right idea is you don't do it. So
thought of any serious landscaping to fix this this bowl problem?
It would be pretty serious, to like take a section of the yard and it would be tons and tons of dirt, a lot. So no, I didn't think of that, although I guess it's conceivable. At the moment, I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna take a little more time, think about the airstrips a little better, and we'll watch the wind some more and see what's up. Maybe there's some wind directions I decide aren't the best day. And, I've got better angles from this direction than that one. So I'm just taking time to learn. I'm also looking at, like, other people's properties and stuff so that I can have closer places to launch to and practice. And if I get more skilled, then more options open up.
think it's a gateway thing? You think you're gonna try for other kinds of flying style things, like any interest in like gliders or like hang gliding or any of the kind of like solo style stuff like that, or no?
It's interesting you said that, because other forms of aviation have started to catch my eye, but I don't want them to. So we'll see where that goes. Like, paramotoring is cool in a couple ways. Like, I really like that you can just put it in your car and launch from a lot of places. I really like there's a community aspect to it. Like, I can go and visit another paramotor friend, a parafriend, and we can like launch by him, or he can launch by me, or we can go to like a third place. And that aspect of it I really love. If I were to have like a sailplane, for example, like a plane with no motor, then like, you know, it's not that. It's like, this is the airport where I store it. It can't go anywhere else. You always have to be able to get back to that airport. I like paramotors. I think I think I picked a good one to finish with, you know, and the fact that I started there is pretty cool. But I do wish that I had been successful in launching from my yard. That's where I am. Kyle looking handsome. Looking like a movie star just sitting there doing nothing. It's true.
Thank you.
Perfect hair.
Thank you.
I'm a little drunk. I'm hitting on Kyle. Here we go.
Yeah, I know, right? Not the first time either. That's how I know. I didn't take offense to it at all. I was like, oh, Woody's a little drunk. It's time for him to hit on me now. This was coming.
You know what they say about, you know, the Kinsey spectrum. You know, there's not just like homosexual, heterosexual. There's a wide spectrum. And,
it is a spectrum.
Woody's comments
you can be all kinds of gay. So this is all that I have in the house to drink.
What is it?
I gotta get more alcohol too. I'm out again. So are you?
I'm sorry. This is all that I have. I don't even know how alcoholic this is. It's champagne.
Oh, nice.
He's got an entire like fucking. What do you call that? A magnum of champagne or something?
Yeah, it's 12.5%, so that's like pretty standard wine. But god damn it, we powered through this thing. This is not as alcoholic as I thought it would be.
See, I gotta.
But it tastes much better than I thought it would.
I gotta just like talk to Chiz. Chiz set this up. He's like, and I was a little worried because I'm like, you know, I've been taking it relatively easy with the drinking, you know, not like super overboard recently. And Chiz is like, yeah, you know. Would you like to be on the stream the show tomorrow? It's gonna be a drinking show. Everyone's gonna be drinking. You know, you'll just be expected to keep up style thing. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. I'm like, I'll handle that. I'm just a little worried in the back of my mind, like, haven't been drinking too much now. But this is all you have in the house. So like, you guys are out. Like, you're done. It's like we're like 20 minutes in. You're at the drinking episode's over. Like,
true.
So
I have lots of alcohol.
That's
Kyle, you're gonna have to shoulder the burden because after I finish this bottle of champagne, I'm not gonna have anything else.
I don't even know.
God, I couldn't have had something fucking worse. I already said how much, like, what I guess I said it when we weren't recording to no one, that like this is just so sugary. You can see the sugar in there on the bottom, like, and that's what was kind of upsetting my stomach. The only alcohol I have is another super sugary beverage of champagne. Like, I wish I had some like Bud Light.
Taylor, were you not on the show when we had the wine sponsor? I forget their name.
Club W. Yeah, I was on there.
Oh, you didn't get free wine out of that?
I didn't get any. No,
they
I'm not a
sent
big
all the
wine guy.
wine to me? What a terrible idea!
So you just have a bunch of wine sitting there unopened. Whatever.
I've got a couple of them, yeah, and like, so I look, I respect Club W and they're a great sponsor, and I welcome you to come back. But like, I am so not into wine when the mailman like rings on my doorbell. I'm like, what is this intrusion? You know, like I don't want wine to. You have to sign for it and everything, of course.
I was curious about that. Anyways, you sent that. So I mean, Kyle, you sent them each a little sampler of your.
That might be illegal. No, we all made it on our own.
If it's legal to send a sampler, then I did that. But if it's not legal to send a sampler, then they made their own, and I sent them labels.
Okay, so it was the labels. That's I was curious about that. I was just wondering how you managed to send it through the U.S. mail, and how that worked.
There's packaging, so you can select it. But they got it. That's all that matters. I found the recipe online last week, and Woody's often talking about, and I agree. I don't like alcohol either. I think I'm more willing to like fuck it and like do it than he is, but still, I find alcohol abhorrent most of the time. So I've had apple pie moonshine before. I'd never made it before, But I found a recipe, and it's just bunches of sugar and like lots of alcohol and apple cider and apple juice. So
I think it's a lot of fun to drink when you don't have to force down a bottle of champagne because you started the drinking episode 2 hours in.
I really blame Filthy for that. You know, when he's not on the show, that never happens. He comes on the show, and suddenly
so far,
we're
I'm
fucked.
the only one who's even prepared for this. I've got every fucking alcohol known to man in my house, as well as about like 10 different friggin' sets of beer out. Like
it's just
6 packs of
confirms
beer
he
out
was
there.
behind it all along.
Yeah, there is only one independent variable in this.
Yes.
No, that's to cover Woody's ass a bit.
Taylor, I just gotta say, if I were in your shoes, I would want to make totally sure that other people were feeling the same misery you are. If you have to drink that bottle of champagne, which is a very gassy, kind of unpleasant liquid to drink in large portions by yourself, and really kind of meant for celebration, not just like social drinking or like like evening of drinking.
No,
you should really make sure everyone else keeps up.
This is forced group drinking.
All right.
But I have to have that because Woody has one of the Club W wines. He can go grab whatever one he thinks is best. Kyle has many bottles of this.
I'm going upstairs. Here are the options. I have some PBR. Got some 16-ounce PBRs upstairs. I've got some Captain Morgan spiced rum. I got about that much of a fifth left. I got, I'm sure there's some red wine, and I think there's some sort of British alcohol that I just don't understand how it works, so we won't open that.
Alcohol that you don't understand what it works? What's the name? Do you know?
I don't know, but you know.
Yeah, don't get that one then. Maybe just get.
Because all alcohol works relatively similar. You swallow
I know how it would work
and it gets you drunk.
But I don't know exactly what it is.
Why don't you just have another one of these, or you just?
Because there's a lot of sugar.
Because you'll get diabetes by like tomorrow.
My teeth are starting to hurt. So
I've got a question for. Go ahead. I'm interrupting. Please.
No, if you got it. So I'm gonna go grab the alcohol.
Hold on. Let's quick check. We are recording, right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Just so
I
we're
started my own
whatever
recording after that last one.
You did not.
I guess I could have been recording locally if you said. I would have done it. I've been happy to send it to you after.
There's
Filthy
overlays and shit.
I have a question for you. The last time you were on the show, we had some sort of debate. I remember it. It was on like old money versus new money. And I said that new money oftentimes should be respected because they've done something notable to achieve it, etc. And I accused you of a straw man argument, like rephrasing my argument. Did you ever revisit that? Did you see that? Or was it after the argument or debate, I guess you'd call it, it was just over for you? Because for me, we relitigated that shit in like the PKA subreddit for like the following week.
Can you guys like say what it was again? Because I honestly don't remember what it was. Like,
in a nutshell,
I remember.
Here, I'll lay it out there, and you tell me if you have any corrections. Okay. I was saying that new money oftentimes is like it's put down by society. Old money is like the good one to have. And I said, you know what? I think new money might be the good one to have a lot of times because they've done something notable to achieve that new money. And then Lefty was poking holes. I'm sorry. Filthy was. Kyle did it. Filthy was poking holes in it, saying
I thought I was doing great. Like I've been working out all summer. Like I've been eating light. Like I didn't realize clearly, what is it? Like the aspect ratio of my camera off tonight? Like what's going on
Filthy,
here?
I'm on your team. You look great.
Yeah, you do look great. It's fucking sexy. So he was saying, what about the guys that invented Facebook? Did they do anything notable? We said yes. He said, well, what about like hedge fund managers? Did they do anything notable? And then I was like, you're rephrasing my argument to make it seem like I said all of them are great, new money, and not some of them. And I'm wondering, because for me, like, it was like this stress-inducing thing. 100 fucking fucknards were, like, arguing one way, and other people, there's timestamps into, like, what I actually said versus what I didn't. I was wondering if it impacted you after the fact at all, or if you were just like, la-di-da, I'm out of here.
a little bit of that, a little bit of the other. I've just recently in that channel gotten a lot of views for the Civ 6 stuff and some collaborations I'm doing. So I'm getting a lot of new viewers to the channel. And one of the things that new viewers do is they post, and they're not always my fans. So the tenor of the comments in my comment sections have gone to quite negative recently. A lot of just like shit, random, like just shitting on me. And I'm like, oh, okay, this isn't real pleasant to read. So in some sense, I tend to try not to read too many of those comment threads because it's just not good for my like mental well-being. I'm just like, yeah, okay, like you get a lot of fans, but you know, if you're like me at all, like the ones that stick out are like the shitty ones on you, right? The ones that are shitting on you are the ones that like stick out the most, and you're just like, so some level of that, like I too tend to scan the threads, especially in a couple of days after I'm on the show, just to see kind of the reaction for that. So did I think about it much? I got a little worried that you kind of took it more personally than I would have meant. Like, not like you were taking it super personally, but in the sense that you seem more concerned about it than I was. My point always with things like that is to offer kind of boundary conditions on that, right? If especially with any sort of wide sweeping statement, I want to poke those sweeping statements and go, look, yeah, maybe in general we can agree with something like that, but there are clear incidences outside of that for me, and that was the point of bringing up what I did there. So do I want to revisit it now? Not really. No. Have I been worried about it? Not really either. If I was pushed and wanted to defend, would I want to be like, yeah, I wasn't offering a straw man? I probably would go that way, but I'd probably honestly just rather drop it and move on, unless you have some strong reason for doing otherwise.
Oh no, I'm not interested in relitigating
we are going
that
to
at all.
rehash this at length.
I'm gonna go full Trump and just relitigate this and drag it out for as long as possible, so that this news story never ends.
In general, Woody, like I like discussing things, like, and I do it, and I discuss things in a way that often comes off as debate or antagonistic, and it isn't really that way for me. I like thinking about like the hypotheticals, gaming stuff out, looking at cases like that. So I tend to enjoy that. So often I'll engage with that because I enjoy it. So I'll give you that too.
Yeah. I'm trying to think through. I don't want to relitigate it at all. But
it's fun, but it's not fun to be wrong. And a lot of times you don't know that you're wrong in an argument until someone says something really like poignant and it changes your mind. And even more often, you don't realize you're wrong in an argument until maybe weeks, months, years later that you kind of mentally revisit it and be like, okay, I can really see the perspective from which they were speaking.
I think Filthy and I actually agree.
I don't feel like debates ever actually solve in the moment. Like that you never actually will debate someone on a topic and they'll be like, yeah, you're right. I do hate abortion or whatever the case may be.
You're right. Changed my mind. I think that in the end we were both like, yeah, New Money often does something pretty respectable. It's just whether New Money always does something respectable, which was never my point. And
exactly.
And I felt like my point was mischaracterized as it always when it wasn't. And that's.
I think we can all agree that there are some young whippersnappers out there coming up with some humdingers of ideas like Uber and
paramotoring.
And that's great. Yeah, paramotoring.
That's got
not as big as Uber. Still a thing. I doubt that guy has any new money. I bet he has a whole bunch of new fan blades in his backyard next to a rotted out 74 Pinto.
Paramotoring's popularity is exploding, right? The sport has gone from like 3,000 to 4,000 people.
For this? Yeah,
right? It's just that it's such a tiny group.
Increase in 1 year.
Yeah, most sports don't grow by a third in a year, right? But paramotoring is exploding. Move over, UFC. Here we come.
Imagine if the NFL went from 300 million fans to 400 million fans.
It'd be huge.
That's what's happening in paramotoring.
It is. Yeah.
Exponential growth in that field. Kyle, what did you decide?
Pardon me?
What did you decide on to grab?
To drink. Yeah.
So I got a gallon of the more of the moonshine.
Kyle's best.
Big bottle, and I got some Captain Morgan's rum because I'm considering just doing a shot or two of this because I really don't want to drink a lot more of that sugar.
Yeah,
I think that going for rum shots, let's do that for a bit. I'm going to blow my thing. Actually, I need to get some water and rinse my mouth out. Right, otherwise, it'll come out a little wonky.
If we're doing shots, I'd like to join in. So I'm going to grab alcohol. I'll be back in just a minute, and then we'll continue on.
I have a headache. I really do.
That's all right. We're not looking to make love with you. Just drink with you. So go grab a beer, go grab some wine, and we'll move on.
Don't worry. There's no penetration involved.
.03? That's such horseshit. I feel like it just measures how recently you've had a drink.
That can't be right. This can't be a scam.
I've drank this whole fucking thing. I guess I can kick it. Where's my...
Now where's the breathalyzer?
I don't have a shot glass, which we explained in the unrecorded portion. All I have is this miniature vase, I guess. So
I have this urine collection jar.
Yeah.
Last drop. I bet there's some sediment in there.
We're about to find out what's in this puppy. Oh God!
Hang on to it. Hang on to it. We're gonna all do a. I'm gonna do a shot of this.
Thank you for saying that, because I'd hate to have to do a shot right after it.
Yeah, no need to go by yourself. This will be fun.
It's just us, Kyle. Just you and I alone. Talk about private stuff, business, and whatever.
Me, you, and the others.
Yeah, they're not watching. They left.
I'm gonna give this another go. I've got 7 seconds. Live update down to 5 seconds now.
My stomach
closing
is
in on
rumbling.
2 seconds, and there's one.
How come his isn't noisy? Did he mute himself? Maybe while he blew? Ah, he muted himself.
Yeah,
move.
I didn't want to be irritating, but it's loud. 0.026. This can't be right.
Yeah.
I guess I've got to start getting a little classier drunk.
I will be right back. I'll be right back.
I thought about. Yeah, let's do a shot. Let's do the shot, and then you can run your errand.
This is a fine champagne.
All right, I gotta hustle.
No, it's not.
All right.
I don't care for that one bit.
Shooting some gin.
I would much rather have
Rum,
the
gin,
champagne
and
than
what?
the fucking rum.
You're shooting gin right now, Filthy, after that 11% beer. You're winning this night.
I thought that was the point of this night. So
It is. I really thought that one of these would get me pretty loaded.
yeah, we can hear. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was saying if Woody was doing it. No, Woody's wandered off. Hopefully he comes back.
Yeah, but he can hear us. He just said.
Oh yeah, just hit it. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So.
Cheers, guys. Bottoms up.
If nothing else, you guys can do another one as soon as he gets back.
Lovely.
I can already feel the moisture wicking out of my body.
Right?
From all of that alcohol. Like I can feel my muscles getting dehydrated.
So I went out to tell my wife, just I was grabbing a beer. She's like, don't go too, she's like, take it easy. And I'm like, well, we had to restart the show after 90 minutes. And she kind of laughed at me. And then I was talking about the alcohol you guys are drinking. And she's like, that will get him drunk. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You've had 2 glasses of wine right now. How do you feel? She's like, I feel pretty sober. You guys have had just 3 glasses of wine. That's what that is. That's if it's 15% alcohol by volume and it's 20 ounces, that's essentially three glasses of wine, right? In the course of 2 hours.
That's definitely true, but
2 of those are gone. That means you have 1 glass of wine in you.
Yeah.
I just don't know if that's true.
I don't know if that's... I know that's like a rule of thumb, but I don't know if that's like the facts. I'm sure they rounded it.
That's
like
true. What do you guys weigh compared to my wife? So you're probably like 50% heavier than my wife, right?
Yeah.
So it should be
if we are
even
about
less.
the same size, then I'm sad for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
If your wife is like
I won't pass that one on. She's a little dubious about the PKA show as a whole as it is. So.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
115. Kyle, the first one to break into the 10th placement on that decimal. Let's see that. 0.115.
We gotta
How
find.
are you feeling, Kyle? Are you feeling okay?
I
Feel
feel
like a
drunk.
champion, Kyle.
I feel drunk. Yeah.
Don't make that face. You should be happy to be.
It's never a happy drunk. I don't remember happy drunk. That never happens.
I know in your Reddit, like generally there's some fan who goes through and posts timestamps about all the things that we talk about. I want to see on this episode for that, not only the timestamp, I want to see the blood alcohol stamp next to this too. I think that would be fantastic. And what I want to see too is also we should find it. We should find a chart that looks at what these are supposed to be. So we know no driving, 0.08. Okay, what's 0.12? What is the next milestone in your progress for tonight?
Where is it?
Like what is like we're gonna say 0.20 is Mel Gibson. And that's what we have to try. That we aspire to be Mel Gibson level drunk, and that's 0.2. I don't know if that's actually what he was at, but that seems high.
As soon as I start ranting about the Jews again, you'll know.
Yes, you guys missed that in the unrecorded portion of the show.
There were some things said too.
Very anti-Semitic remarks.
Is that going to be Patreon only, or how does that work?
Yes. Well, no, we can't do it Patreon only, obviously. You know, you don't want to bash Jews in something that's financially incentivized.
Pay to play. Yeah. Most of our Patreons are Jews, it seems.
What does that even mean?
Nice work, guys. Nice work.
I saw that Mel Gibson's film Hacksaw Ridge is getting really good reviews, and a lot of people are saying great things about it. So And then I read this whole article about Gibson and how he's no longer persona non grata in Hollywood, I suppose, even after his sexist and anti-Semitic and racist comments. So I guess they've forgiven him. That shit was like 10 years ago.
Is he running for president now?
No, he's not running for president, but he is making movies again.
Didn't Roman Polanski rape a girl?
Yeah, a little bit.
And he still does stuff, right?
Well, they don't let him come back in the country.
Well, no, but he can like direct a movie and then just like FedEx it.
I think that's an extradition. Yeah, but I think that's an extradition law.
He swaps it.
That's like saying
for the fucking copy of the.
That's like saying Edward Snowden's still tweeting, right? Like, you know, it's like, yeah, but if he comes home, we'll put him in a dark room and like shock his balls.
Yeah. So. All the WikiLeaks stuff is interesting. That's not Snowden. That's Assange, right? I always get them confused because it seems like they did something similar, except now one of them says they're a woman. If you didn't know that, I think that one is Edward Snowden. I think maybe he's transgendered.
That's not true. Is it?
Transgendered? I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure. If you could Google that, I'm maybe 30%.
I'm gonna do it with Safe Search.
Safe Search? No, I don't do Safe Search.
Well, that'll do no good.
I remember I thought I was making out like a fucking bandit when I would like Google tits when I was like 12 and just turn off the Safe Search and go to images and be like, oh man, look at this guy sliding through the fence posts on this. You know, nobody's gonna discover when they type in B. Yeah, when they go to type in like B for Blues tickets next week, they won't come up as like big boobed whoever or at the.
I can't believe we lost NHL talk. We lost like hate speech talk. We lost Trump talk. We lost politics talk in general.
You gotta let it go, Kyle. You gotta power through and let it go.
The fact that I'm drunk a little bit, or according to this, I'm not at all. I feel it though. Maybe it's psychological because I'm doing the show, but I'm upset by that. I wish we hadn't lost all that because as soon as he typed, "I have a huge problem," I knew nothing I've said has been recorded, and I guarantee that all the things I've said from this point back an hour and a half is a lot more reliable than what I'm going to be saying at this point forward if I drink this whole bottle, which I don't even know what to do about this champagne. I'm between a rock and a hard place because if I guzzle all this champagne down, I'll get drunk for a little while. But if I guzzle a bunch of champagne down, I'm going to feel horrible and not want to talk. And so, because I'm just going to be like, oh, remember that time?
Taylor,
just like big burps.
You are a content creator. You have people relying on you, fans counting on you. It's not about your personal feelings of how much pleasure or pain you get from this. This is about what you can do for your channel and for your viewers. I think, is there really even a discussion about whether or not you chug that champagne right now?
That's a good pep talk.
Yeah, he's right. Chug, Taylor. Chug. Chug. Chug.
Chug. Champagne. I'm not a savage. His too.
Dude.
That's so, I wonder why that is. I mean, okay, culturally, my dad's English, and I grew up in a household where drinking was just. I mean, I was at a family gathering with my wife's family not too long ago, and we were at a restaurant and we were drinking, and I just kind of treated it like I would treat a family gathering with my own family, which means that we were at that restaurant like 3 or 4 hours, and they were drinking these mixed drinks, and they were nice mixed drinks, I guess. You know, like they're like martinis and cocktails and this type of shit, and it looked kind of nice. And I tried one. The problem I always have with mixed drinks is that anytime I add something to whiskey, it makes whiskey worse. So I don't understand the fucking point of a whiskey mixed drink in a sense, because they'll give me this and they're like, oh, we've added bitters to this and a sugar cube, and I'm like, okay, but it tastes less good now because of that. So at one point they were ordering this stuff, and I asked them and the waiter asked me, what cocktail would you like? And I said, I'd like this one. It was like number 69 on the cocktail list or something. It's a whiskey one. And I said, but I'd like you to hold everything except the whiskey. And we're in Wisconsin. This is where my wife's family at, and they brought it back, and he did that. I was getting like half pints of whiskey instead of a cocktail for the rest of the evening, which was phenomenal. I loved it. I'm like, oh, this is great service. This is what I was expecting. But no one else in that family
is what I needed.
Yeah. No, that was the problem. Is because the rest of the family is not big drinkers. If I've been at home with my family, like a family gathering, that would have been, everyone would have had that, right? So everyone would have been wasted, and you could have said fucking anything you wanted, and at the end of it, you'd be fine. But this was my wife's family, so they're all like, 2 of them are drinking, whatever that happens to be that Taylor's drinking over here, a little bit of champagne, slowly, not like, nursing it. And I'm like, yeah, I'll have a 4th, so. I don't know.
That's how, like my dad's side of the family is Catholic. And so every event over there, they're like, hey, Saturday the 5th. It's like, what's that? It doesn't matter. We're drinking, Like, Catholic people are probably the most fun group to hang out with on religious holidays, because there's never even, aside from like maybe a couple of actual like Catholic relatives, most of them, it's like if you even ask them like, hey, you believe in God? They're like, oh, come on, like let's not get into that. Like,
you're going full Hillary on this. Didn't she rock Catholics recently? Like, Catholics, they fucking drunks, don't believe in God. Love them.
Catholics are fun. They know how to have fun on Christmas. They don't get caught up like Baptists and those people who are like, no dancing, no salted meats, no snacks. Like,
whatever religion
no
Footloose was.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Catholics get wild.
What backgrounds are you guys coming from? So I don't care about the religious element. I'm curious about the alcohol backgrounds in your families. Like different.
So both my grandfathers died of alcohol-related illnesses at early ages.
I laugh because of how inappropriate it is that you're doing a drinking podcast about it. With that's the case, but just anyways, sorry.
Yeah. So both of my grandfathers, they died from alcohol. It killed them. So yeah, both of them died. My dad drinks. I wouldn't say regularly, but I wouldn't say occasionally either. Somewhere in between. Like he usually keeps beer in his fridge over at his shop, and in the afternoon he may have 3 or he may have 8 if it's like been a hard day. But he's a big guy, so he doesn't get sloppy by any means. He just gets friendly, and that's about it. My mom,
like some strong beer, like Filthy has, or just a nice Miller Lite or whatever the hell it is.
It's Miller Lite. He's just drinking beer. Yeah. There was one
Miller
time.
Lite's 4.4%, I think.
It's 5.5.
Right?
I don't know.
It's 5.
It's 4.4. I think I looked this up like recently because I was having a conversation about this.
I like Miller Lite, but I've bought kegs of beer to shoot before, and I would have one left over, and just leave it over there, and they would drink a whole keg.
My father's father was a bad alcoholic. He ran away when my dad was 10, I think, and he used to beat like his wife and maybe my dad or his sister or something like that. Like he was a bad guy, and because of that, my father had strong opinions on alcohol. My mother doesn't drink much. She'll have a glass at Easter and maybe New Year's or something like that. I think in another universe where she married some other guy, maybe she'd drink a little more, but not a lot. Maybe have 3 glasses on an occasion like that.
But your dad doesn't drink whatsoever at all.
No, not only does he not drink whatsoever at all. Like we were children, and we reported my mother to this school as someone who had a drinking problem. Because she drinks wine too often. I forget the phrasing, but it was like, yeah, she has a wine, and it's not right. And they looked into it, and they kind of laughed at us when we thought, like 2 glasses a year was a lot. But that was my father's influence. Like we thought that any drink was a crazy drink, and yeah, we reported
temperance.
It's cool.
It's so funny.
So
I did a similar thing with that, Woody. Like we had some like health presentation in, I don't remember what grade this was, middle school sometime, and they came in, they're talking about, they might be a drunk at this, that, or the other, and I after class asked one of them, I'm like, I think my dad drinks this much per night type deal, and they just was like, okay. Like they didn't know fucking they looked into it for you. For me, they're just like, yeah, okay, kid, go away.
I forget if it was my brother or if it was me. It might have been my brother who reported my mother for excessive drinking, and the school system called her and asked her about it, and she smoothed it over. But we thought that that her level of drinking, which is literally just a few drinks a year, was excessive because my father is just. I've never seen him have a drink of anything in my whole life. He told me that he drank once when he was a kid and didn't know it. That he was having what is vodka and orange juice called? A screwdriver?
Screwdriver. Yeah.
Yeah, he was having screwdrivers and he didn't realize it was alcoholic.
Most is champagne and.
I know. I have champagne on the brain.
Anyway, I think I'm dragging out this story. So yeah, my drinking background is hardly any drinking at all. As my father would be ashamed if he saw that I had drinking Kyle's best. he would not be for that.
Despicable,
classless.
This champagne. This is dry, and it is horrible.
I'm going to go downstairs and look for a drink. Hold on.
What year is that champagne? Because...
Be right back.
This Chandon is Brut Classic from California. It is a if they don't put the year, I assume this is like
Yesterday.
in August. Like,
Yeah.
like, I don't know. Like
I think the thing with champagne is you don't want an old champagne. Like that's not what you're going for.
Oh, yeah, you don't want like an old carbonated beverage. I wouldn't think, right?
Yeah, I think it. I don't think it has to necessarily do with the carbonation.
So
I have no idea.
I was talking to a friend recently, like one of my wife's sister's husbands, and they were talking about Miller Lite with their beer that doesn't meet spec, doesn't meet Miller Lite spec, which God alone is that. That's a pretty low bar, right? That is apparently another brand of beer that we are buying now. Does that seem reasonable to you? That feels like an urban legend to me in a sense. But I am kind of curious if this is the case.
Wait, what do you mean? I'm misunderstanding.
So when you brew a beer, there's things that can go wrong with that. It can be you can get the color off from various reasons. You can get the taste off slightly. You can have like a skunked beer when you brew a beer that's just like the batch is no good, this style thing, right? And my understanding is that the Miller Lite level of brewing, that's what needs to happen. Like the spec for the color, the taste, the flavor, who the fuck knows what else, right? That when that is not met, that is still bottled and sold, but it's sold as a different brand of beer. And you guys haven't heard this at all?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So like they would take the old Miller Lite or like the bad Bud Light, sell it as natural light.
Yeah, exactly. Like Natty Light is like something like that, I believe. And I don't fucking know this, and that could just be like it sort of sounds urban legendy in a sense, like because it sounds like bullshit. But I'm kind of curious. Do you guys know either way?
I don't know, but that's an interesting.
But I like Natty Light. It reminds me of college.
That's what I buy. That's what I get kegs of to shoot. Natty Light is the
like
cheapest keg to buy.
It's fun. Like it's just like the taste of it. It's not good. It's not flavorful. It tastes like slightly beery water. That's it. It's basically water. You're hydrating at the same time. But that's what we drank in college because it was like, hey, do you want to get a 30, or do you want to buy this, that, and the other, or do you want to get a 30-pack of Natty Light at this Walmart for $9? It's like, well, we can't just let's get 6 of those, and then I don't know, like some Tic Tacs with the money left. Like that's about it. Like that's all you ever needed. That's like if you showed up with a 30 rack of Natty Light, a Natty pack, everybody loved you. I like that. Well, not as much as they'd love you if you brought a bag of wine. But I've spent a lot of time going over the value intrinsic in a bag of wine around college-age girls. Yes. Yeah, they all love that because it's basically like, girls on college campuses get drinks for free no matter what.
Is but the usually point to get drunk or to get laid?
Both.
Neither.
Is the point to get drunk or to get laid behind this alcohol? Because I feel like the wine
tonight for us.
No, it's for the beer that Taylor's buying.
No, I'm talking. This is like if you're going to a party. So like if I went to a big frat or something, I would show up with a 30-pack of Natty if it was just a bunch of like dudes hanging out partying for the most part, and then some girls trickling in. But if it's a bunch of girls going, you bring a big bag of wine because they're so used to like, hey, do you want another Natty? Do you want another pull of this nasty ass McCormick's vodka that everybody's pulling out of in this nasty hallway with a half sunken floor because there's so much spilled shit in it, and there's like raccoons running around the ceiling. But if you had a bag of wine, like anywhere else in the world, you hold a nice bag of wine up for a woman and she'll go, no, thank you. But that's like an upper echelon. That's like, ooh, look at this. Ooh, that's not even carbonated mainly. That's wine through a nozzle. Have you ever had wine through a nozzle, Samantha? I have not. Tiffany. Go. This guy
aerates it.
Yeah, and then you go, here you go, slap the bag, and then they go, what? And you go, come on, just give it a slap. Slap that bag, and then you get people into it, and they slap the bag, and they turn the nozzle, and they drink it, and everybody's having a good time.
I remember in high school, there's a guy I went to high school with, Charles something. Really good-looking guy, right? So that helped him with the girls out of the gate. He was super good-looking, and he had a van. Today they'd call it a rape van because it was all beat up and it was white and it had no windows. And he pulls up to us, and there's 4 girls in the back. He's got 4 girls. There's no chairs or anything in this van. It's like a workman's van. And they're just like moving around, bumping into the sides. And he's like, yeah, got the fucking party van, boys. We're like, go Charles, woo! And he's like, this is great. I throw a fucking 6-pack of beer back there. All 4 of them get drunk. He does it. He slides a 6-pack to him. The 4 girls start drinking in the back, and then he drives off. One would assume he had a 5-way.
That guy's going for short-term skeevy gain of getting a couple girls drunk and trying to take advantage of them. What you want to do is be the guy who comes in consistently and doesn't just bring booze, brings a fun time. So when you walk in, they're like, that guy is a fucking blast. Give him half an hour and he'll be doing something bananas. And like, that's the person they want to be around, you know, because the girls can walk over to any guy and be like, hey, can I have a pull of your Jack Daniels? And they'll go, oh, yeah. And then they go, all right, see you later. And like, they can do that wherever they want. So you don't want to just be trying to get people drunk in a shitty Trumpian kind of way.
Unless you add a little something extra to that drink.
And you gotta win the person.
Anyway, I like that too. Trumpian. Is that coined? Is this new? Because I think that we should definitely. This is like what am I looking at?
It's the birth of a new meme.
If it's not yet on the internet, then I take full credit. If not, then
I think what you're describing is a hot Cosby.
Santorum. That's what I'm thinking of. This is the equivalent of coining Santorum right there.
Yeah, Santorum. I felt bad for him because he was very not likable and an asshole. But at the same time, it's like his kids are named Santorum too, dick. Like, come on. His wife, his kids. Don't be mean. I don't know. That's just the first thing I thought of when that attack happened. It's like poor little Lisa Santorum. Or whoever his kids are.
For people that don't know, Dan Savage is a podcaster who gives like sex advice and love advice and relationship advice. And he's very much into like he's pro-sex, I think they say. He's pro-sex, right? So so you know, he would not ever call someone a slut or something like that, and he's gay. And Santorum, of course, is the opposite. He would describe him as anti-sex, only in the context of marriage, maybe just for procreation. Bottom line, Santorum has become the official word for cum, like post-ejaculate that dribbles back out of a guy's ass. That is now called Santorum. And
that's
he's also
coined from his podcast, which is fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, and now it's like a thing. Like people know what Santorum is. You know, I know what Santorum is. It's the cum that drips back out after anal sex. It's Santorum. That's what it's called. And Santorum is the last name of a presidential candidate and senator from Pennsylvania.
One of the no chance candidates though, like the second debate guy, B team.
I want to say, like, you know how in the Republican Party, for whatever reason, it seems like almost all of them take a turn being in first place.
Yeah, like a huge
primaries.
peak and then a giant valley.
Yeah, so he was in first place. He was the presumptive presidential candidate for a week. He was a Ben Carson of his day.
Can I read the official definition
of his day 4 years ago?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, it says defined as the frothy mixture of lube and fecal matter that is sometimes the byproduct of anal sex. That's what the new definition of Santorum is, and it's just taken some asshole's last name and made it that way. That is, in some degree, that's hilarious. Like it's kind of like a power that I don't know that I want to see abused regularly, but fuck, that is hilarious and like a one-off for that.
It is, yeah.
So
you can't
Trumpian.
do it too regularly. Yeah,
Trumpian. I like it.
That's good.
I like it.
Yeah. So if you have something bigly you want to show a woman and you get her nice and drunk and then you grab her pussy, that's a Trumpian thing to do. You know, she wants it anyway. Like,
she does. I mean, only if you're a star.
You host The Apprentice, like
I saw an SNL bit where Donald Trump said, "I am the highest paid actor on network TV right now," which obviously means I am the best actor on network TV right now. It turns out he was lying. He made $1 million a season.
Turns out. Of course he was. Like, when hasn't he? Like, when did he?
Dude, he said he told the world he was getting paid $30 million a season, right? It turns out he valued $29 million of that in promotional value for his brand. And I guess you can kind of sort of defend it. Like, Trump was getting famous and known. But
for his, actual business, that does make sense. That if you see a hotel and you're on a vacation. No, I'm not saying that's stretching. I'm saying though that he can claim some sort of brand benefit when Donald Stevens, if he had a line of luxury hotels, nobody would pull up and be like, "Oh, the Stevens Hotel, my God, let's go stay." But Trump had that little bit of name recognition, that bit of name recognition.
I guess there's some value to it, but I think it's funny that he valued 29/30 of his compensation.
A huge overblowing of that value. When it's this isn't 100 billion people you're reaching. Just like you can't aggregate it's like saying that PKA has reached 1 billion people if you add up all the views and everything. No, it's like you're hitting the same people over and over. You're hitting those same NBC audiences all the time, Donald. So even then, with your perceived value, you're not making that much. Regardless, Kyle, you are proven right yet again. Blues are playing the Minnesota Wild right now, tied 1-1, and Ryan Suter just scored a goal, a defenseman, which is rare. His first game of the season, and that's who you messaged me yesterday saying, I'm going to take Ryan Suter as defense because it looks like he's going to have a good season. And I even told Kyle, him, I was like, I don't know if that's a great pick, honestly. Minnesota's on the downswing. They're not going to be that great. They'll be solid, but they're in the Central Division, so they're not going to perform well because they have to play against St. Louis, Chicago, Nashville, Dallas.
St. Louis is not a hard game anymore.
This, though, Taylor. It's,
I don't know. We beat Chicago 5-2 last night.
Yeah, you traded away all your best players and you're getting older.
It's No, that's not true.
The players that were on the team last year are a year older than they were previously. Deny it.
That's a true stat. Yeah. Sorry, Kyle. What were you saying?
I think the Blackfeet are going to win that conference this year, and I don't think it's going to go very well for your team, unfortunately. But that's based on about 3 days. Yeah, exactly. The Blues, the Conductors. But that's based on like 3 days of internet research. I think we should do our draft and get everything cemented in, because I think I have good ideas and some good picks. I did 8 hours worth of research or something like that. It's not like I know what I'm talking about.
A
but
day in the life of Kyle. Now you know.
Yeah,
8 hours worth of fantasy hockey research.
Yeah, there was one day when I was like, all right, make sure we beat everyone. Let's win. Or at least not fail. I don't want to fail miserably. Like, as long as I can stay in the middle despite my...
You had reasonably good strategies. You messaged me being like, so I'm thinking about getting Joe Thornton and Joe Pavelski, since one is an assist machine and one is a goal-scoring machine, and maybe that would be well on a first line. And I hadn't even considered picking two people from the same team for that reason, because I've never done
fantasy. It seems like you
sports.
synergize better if you do something.
That totally makes sense, because then anytime one of them gets a point in your stat, two of them do.
My team was stronger than anyone you guys picked. It was all Hall of Famers, actually.
All Hall of Famers from the 70s. Yeah,
he got Gretzky before any of us could.
I was shocking. Like, I'll pick the good players. Lindros, Gretzky, Lemieux. One of them was still playing Yager. He almost got cut from the team. Yeah, Bobby Orr. Brett Hull would be legit.
Brett Hull. You need to start picking people from like the 19-teens, like I don't know, like Luke Quick Skates McGillicuddy or whatever. Like a coal miner in his spare time, as his real job, often came out to play for the Montreal Canadiens, doing his best to bring that same excitement he brings to the coal mine to the ice. Like that kind of shit, where like athletes had to do other jobs. That's fucking hilarious to me to look back and like look at highlights from any sport from like. I don't know. I guess highlights don't go back like super far because you need video. But even like the earliest highlights of any sport you can find, like the best goals, the best passes. It's like, good God, that guy wouldn't make Alabama the college team today on a bet. And he's like the best quarterback in the 70s, or the 60s rather, because I guess the 70s had a number of good quarterbacks.
In hockey, it's the speed, man. Just watching them go from blue line to blue line. It seems like they're twice as fast now. They're so quick. They break out so fast. I'm like, is there something wrong with the video? Like, was it recorded in 30 frames per second and they're playing it back at 24, making everything, I guess, slower? Yeah, that's what it would do. Yeah,
it's incredibly fast. Like last year at the skills competition, because they do that every year where they have the All-Star game where they do everything, and they'll have hardest slap shot, do all this. Dylan Larkin, a last year rookie for the Detroit Red Wings, they have like an around the ice speed race to see how fast you can start on one side, skate all the way around as fast as you can. It's not like it's harder than speed skating, because speed skates are meant for that. Not harder, in a different way. Speed skates are meant for long strides to get you high speed. Hockey skates are meant for agility. So to get to a really high speed, you have to have very strong quads, calves, your legs. And this guy, just an 18-year-old at the time, beat the world record of how fast someone can skate around at a like bullshit, 8 p.m. skills competition. Up next, the slap shot. Like, just blew past a world record, 18 years old. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, it has to be, because there's no way this 18-year-old is like a physically fit, like literally superior specimen than the best 18-year-old in 1968. But I feel like they've just turned.
He's definitely a better person. better specimen.
Like, no, I'm saying like just an 18-year-old, no drugs, no pills, no augmenting.
Oh, I see.
First, like the best 18-year-old specimen before they hit the big leagues. I think what makes it is they've basically turned sports into a science in a lot of ways now. Like the way goaltending is in hockey. If you watch goaltending highlights from the 70s, that's just a bunch of guys out there flailing around hoping for the best. Now, like, they have to every year make new rules of like, all right, the pad's got to get smaller, and we got to make it way harder for these fucking goalies to stop the puck because people aren't scoring enough, man. Like, that's a serious problem the NHL has, that goalies are too good because they don't do the flailing and the nonsense. They stay square to the puck, and sometimes it looks boring, but they're doing exactly what they have to do because they have it down to a geometric science. If that guy's standing there, I know I need to be right here to cover the maximum amount of net. If he passes it over there, I know exactly the angle. I put my foot to slide my left pad over and be ready for that one-timer. Like, that's what it is. It's just more science and analytics that is making all of our athletes better, which is kind of
an alcohol question.
Sure.
Choose. Oh, I think they're wines for me. This
We don't
blended
know the
Resh-
category?
No, I don't know the category. Here, I'll read to you what I do know. Inspired by the alchemist's flower, a bursting, swirling, billowy bloom of a rose, this blended resh is plush and juicy and sweet flavors of a candy-coated fruit. Its
Don't
smooth
touch that
berry
one.
taste and rich body is amazing on its own or paired with a decadent dark chocolate. That's one choice.
Not for me.
The other choice. Take a leap into the great unknown with Passarola, named for Portugal's finest balloon ship. It tells me nothing. I'm having a hard time reading it.
Portugal's finest
The Passarola is
my
a
God.
symbol of whimsy, adventure, and the spirit is embodied here. With notes of white peach, grapefruit, and lemon, you're embarking in your very own journey.
Let me just say, I will, as the guest, since I do not have the sponsors that you have, I will take the first crack at these ones. Because I just have to say, we could do a whole segment for the next fucking half hour of you just reading those labels. If you had like 10 more downstairs, that would be beautiful. Because like, are you kidding me with those descriptions? What person actually like drinks a liquid based on that what you just described?
balloon
Well,
ship.
I do like balloons. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the paramotorist in me wants to have the balloon ship one. Let's crack this bitch open.
Yep. I think this is how it's normally done, right?
Do you want me to read the definition of my champagne?
Snap your blade.
Why have you?
Do you not
chosen
have the
pocket
corkscrew
knife?
part on your?
We don't have
on your
alcohol
ridiculous
accessories in my house.
Did you have a little pocket like
I
mini
did,
tool
but
thingy? Does it not have a corkscrew?
It doesn't. It just has
Well, we need to start to.
We should do an ad. It just has this.
Throw it
Well-
out. You know what you can do is, if you can't get it out that way, you can push the cork into the bottle and
true.
drink it the classy way.
And it's probably is it a actual cork or is it one of the plastic ones?
It is a cork.
Okay. So don't fragment it as you're doing it, and you'll be fine. And you have
Well-
to drink the whole thing tonight if you're gonna do that.
Yeah, you have to drink the whole thing because you just fucked up the cork.
That's right.
We just want everyone to know that this episode is being brought to you by Painkiller. This episode of Painkiller Already is being brought to you by Squarespace. Your sites will look professionally designed regardless of your skill level, and there's no coding required when you use Squarespace. They have intuitive and easy-to-use tools. Squarespace has state-of-the-art technology powering your site to ensure security and stability. They're trusted by millions of people and some of the most respected brands in the world. You can start your free trial today with no credit card required at squarespace.com. When you decide to sign up for Squarespace, make sure to use offer code PKA to get 10% off your first purchase. Squarespace, build it beautiful. So, whether you're starting a business, building a portfolio, or just expressing yourself online, remember to sign up today and go to squarespace.com/PKA. How
much coding is required to do it, Kyle?
Like none.
No coding. No
Yeah.
coding. You explicitly said it. Not a single bit of code. Not one code you'll have to do. Check it out. Squarespace.com. You'll be a fool if you don't invest.
How's that?
All right.
How's that vino you got over there?
It seems like when I tip it, it reseals. So I put it sideways. I don't know if you can
Nice.
see the cork.
Yep. No, that's good. Yeah, you can.
Is that a white wine?
You could, if you wished.
I don't know.
Woody, pour that into a
This
You
glass.
don't
is
know
a
if it's white or
spectrum.
red. Wait.
This is a spectrum that I don't want anything on. The dry to sweet spectrum. I'd prefer bitter, honestly. I prefer like a bitter IPA beer to any really sweet thing, or especially anything dry where you just drink it and you go like,
Hold Holy fuck. When I met you guys in person, I really wish you had expressed to me that you had no beer experience, and I would have done my best to have done just a little bit to knock that away if I could have.
Don't like
while you're there.
I'm okay like with beer knowledge, but I feel like you would blow me. Like I don't have a
lot of beer knowledge. I just would like to show you beers that are worth drinking. Because like the things you were saying makes me so sad for your alcohol experience. It just makes me feel bad.
Of microbreweries. We have a fuck ton of microbrews here. Because I guess after Anheuser-Busch got bought out, a bunch of people, the douchebag, like, not Billy Bush, I wanted to say, that was the guy from the Trump tape, but whatever the son
also
of the Bushes who owned Anheuser-Busch started his own like brewery here to be like a St. Louis one to replace Anheuser-Busch, and he called it Kraftig with like the umlaut above the I, where it's like, wait, you wanted to make this, and your tagline's like, the beer for St. Louis. You named it something wildly German. That doesn't sound American. Like, that's ludicrous. Why would you do that? Like, I don't know.
Woody got a sweat towel.
Yeah, he does.
Woody got a sweat towel, and he switched his shirt again. You guys don't know. I think you missed it in the unfortunately lost section of this episode that Woody has changed shirts now twice.
Yeah,
he switched from the first shirt to his athletic wear, preparing for the sweat, and now that
I'm
is
as dry as I could be right now. Like, am I alone in this? Like I'm just completely dry.
Okay.
This is a shirt that I had this Alabama shirt. We covered this in the other part, and someone got really mad at me for wearing an Alabama shirt. They're like, fuck you.
Probably an Auburn fan.
Fucking Woody, I know you don't know shit about sports and you don't know what you just did, which is true. And you're like, how dare you wear this thing? How could you say Roll Tide? I don't know. I got a free t-shirt. So now I got a t-shirt. It says Go Bucks, and it's like Nike Dry Fit and shit. So go Bucks. And if you don't like it, suck a dick.
I did wear an athletic shirt today. I went biking, had an athletic shirt on. But now that we're drinking, we're back to t-shirts. Because athletic shirts and drinking doesn't really make that much sense to me.
Oh, you don't drink at the level I do.
That's true.
You can't drink like this in cotton.
Are you a sports guy at all?
I am a fair weather Patriots fan. And other than that,
which
not
is
much
always
more.
So a very ardent Patriots fan.
My brother is the huge Patriots fan in my family, and I like how I like the evil genius Belichick. Like that to me is something I'd like to watch, because we're talking about like sports as a science. I like the idea of sports as a metagame too. Like the fact that he metagames the shit out of that is really, really interesting to me.
What do you mean by that? Like in what way does he metagame it?
Because he's not just playing the positions on the field and the players on the field. He's also playing the teams, the managers, the coaches. He's playing things like if we buy any of this, like whatever it was, the fucking ball inflation shit, then if he really did, if that was actually intentional, I like that. Not necessarily the cheating element, but I like the fact that he thought at some level he's like, I could fuck with him on this level, and then tries that. I mean, this is so outside like what you consider the normal like scope of the game, that someone seeing that broad a picture is just really like, I'm impressed by that.
He's a tactician.
Yeah.
He knows exactly what he wants to do against every team. And so as much as you hate the guy, like for cheating or whatever you want to say, I don't know the actual truth of that about Deflategate and everything, but at the very least, he's kept this team fucking competitive for a long time.
Didn't they also like secretly record rival teams' practices, or was that someone else?
And also, like, wasn't this shit with like recording they were like trying to get, they were getting like someone to like read the face, like read the mouth movements of the guy, like this type of shit, like that kind of shit is so fucking cool. Like, probably not good for the sport as a whole, but I really like
Seinfeld. He got a fucking lip reader in there.
That is, I think that's actually cheating, but
I bet you that's not covered in any specific rule.
No. The recording of the practices and like trying to like pilfer playbooks or whatever the fuck they were doing. But regardless, even if they're doing that every year, then other teams need to start doing it because they're winning all the goddamn time. Like, are you a Bruins fan at all?
I'm not a hockey fan in general, so. But I did grow up in the Northeast, so I heard more about the Bruins than I might like.
So you never gave it? Did you play sports growing up?
I did play some sports growing up. I did watch college. I'd go to college hockey games for a while. I can't remember what year, how old I was. My dad would bring me to college hockey games. We'd go live and watch that at like University of Maine stuff.
Not much fighting in college.
No, no. If you fight in a college like NCAA hockey game, they act like you like brought a baby out there and slaughtered it in front of everyone. Like they have such a hard no fighting rule in college hockey that it makes no sense, because just like 2 guys every year get drafted straight from the NCAA program to the NHL, and you take someone who's not that muscular, doesn't know how to fight, and then you put them in a league with a bunch of guys who are very muscular and do know how to fight.
Is that how you describe NCAA hockey? Like they're mostly like 1980s Olympic players, like skinny little non-fighter guys?
They're non-fighters. Some of them are very, very good hockey players. It's just a matter of like they're not even in like the OHL, which is like the Ontario Hockey League, which is like a big minor league in Canada. It's just NCAA. So they don't have enough time, like all those other semi-pros, to be working out and getting strong all the time, which is why players that come from the NCAA straight to the NHL usually don't have an excellent rookie season, because they take one brutal hit and then the rest of the time they're out there, they're like, Jesus Christ, can the off-season please come so I can work out, because I'm getting the shit kicked out of me every single night? Like, and that's how it usually goes. Where if you come from like a league in Switzerland, a professional league, like there's hitting and fighting enough that you'll know how to handle yourself. But I'm just so happy that hockey is back. Like my interest in politics is already careening downward in comparison.
You just needed a sport to follow over the summer, and it was Trump and Hillary.
I just needed something to anesthetize me. Like, I needed to watch some kind of competition, and as with any competition, I get into Hillary and Trump, and I'm like, all right, Trump, he's my team. And then you treat it like a sport where it's like, it doesn't matter. They can say whatever they want about the Trumpkins. They're my team. They deserve this championship. But now that real sports has started, oh man, I'm so happy. So happy to have hockey back.
I am excited. So, all right, in my opinion, I think it's UFC 194. The one that Kyle and I saw at the theater, I think it was 194, is the best UFC card to have ever existed. There's one coming up. It's shortly after the election, like November 10th, maybe, something like that, 12th. It's in Madison Square Garden.
Hillary versus Trump?
It's a UFC card. It is the best card ever put together. We don't know if it'll be the best event because we haven't seen the fights yet. But, oh my God. Like, I am so jazzed for this. There's this concept of, I think I've talked about this before, of sacrificing to the MMA gods so that the event actually happens. BJ Penn dropped out. His whole card was what? We've made our sacrifice, right? Now we just need Conor to make weight without slipping in a bathtub and cracking his head open or whatever the fuck would ruin this. And the event coming up in New York, I'm going to pay for it with real money and watch it non-pirated because I want it in HD because it's worth it. It is fucking everything you want in a UFC card. Fucking Wonder Boy versus Woodley is... I can't wait for that to happen. And it's not even the main event because Conor McGregor is fighting Alvarez. Fucking Tim Kennedy is getting his rematch against Yoel Romero, and it's in the fucking prelims. This could headline a card. The prelims in this card are incredible. Everything about this fucking... UFC 205 is the thing. People are getting tickets in the mail. They're fucking like holograms or something. Like, it's never been done before. This event, like, oh my God, I hope it really happens in real life. That's you guys have heard it from me before, but like in the UFC, the Super Bowl might not happen this year. Happens all the time.
The balloon wine?
Yes, yeah.
I just really want to be clear.
A tip for you, Woody. Pour it into a glass, because if you drink it straight out of the bottle, only a little bit of liquid's getting out, and you still get all of the bad flavor. You pour it in a glass, and you can get quite a bit more down before the flavor turns you off.
Wasn't it red?
This is honestly
one of
This is honestly one of the worst alcoholic beverages I've ever had. I hate this. This is horrible. My mouth is so dry and tart. It's pretty sour. That's like, I love spicy stuff. I love salty stuff, sour stuff. If anything, like, Sour Patch Kids are enough to ruin the next like half hour for me because they make my teeth hurt. I fucking hate sour stuff. And this is just enough of a sour to be spiteful. Like, you have to drink me. You know you have to drink me, and
so
you hate it.
I put it in a G Fuel glass. I just happen to have it around. By the way, G Fuel, coupon code Woody, 40% off this weekend. 40. That doesn't happen very often. Maybe once or twice a year. Probably twice.
Maybe twice a year.
Yeah.
Biannually.
If you ever wanted to see what G Fuel was all about, I really did take it before the show, so I'd wake the fuck up.
Oh. I was gonna say you could pour the G Fuel into that white wine.
I don't think you're a true friend.
That's a terrible idea. that is disgusting. So do not.
We'll have caffeinate that alcohol.
But seriously, G Fuel, it wakes you the fuck up, makes you pay attention. I take it before the show as a performance-enhancing drug. 40% off, coupon code Woody.
I was just fucking with this cap that comes on the top of the cork, and God damn it, I just cut myself fucking
Joey,
deep.
I want to see blood.
How bad is it?
Nice.
If you like fail at opening the fucker and cut yourself, like, oh my god.
No, I wasn't opening it.
Taylor, you either have to talk to Chiz about rebranding this as maybe not a drinking episode, or prepare for drinking. It's got to be one or the other, right?
Yeah, it's just. Kyle, I think you're due for another shot, my friend. I lied. There's more alcohol than this. I have a half bottle of white wine in the fridge that's been there for 2 months that both myself and Melissa really don't care for. And so it's now just something that'll sit there until we need room in the fridge. And so I guess I can grab that after this, but I'd rather not. Let's see where you're at. Or no, god damn it, you just took a shot. So I guess Woody and I can blow right now because it's been. Or no, maybe you can't either.
I just drank like a second ago. I can blow. I don't give a fuck. Kyle, can you do an ad read? I'm not sure. I know we've got a lot of ads this week. I don't know where we are.
Come on, Kyle. Feel free to speak any moment.
I'm blowing too, so somebody's got to fucking talk.
Tired of eating the same bland food while trying to stay healthy? Well, NatureBox has the solution to your problem. Making smarter choices doesn't mean you have to eat boring food. NatureBox makes snacks that are full of flavor and none of the junk.
Can you be louder?
NatureBox makes over 100 ridiculously delicious snacks that are made with better for you ingredients. Simply choose what snacks you want. They are delivered right to your door. Some of our personal favorites are the peanut butter nom noms, the chocolate hazelnut granola, and the praline pumpkin seeds. NatureBox is constantly adding new and interesting snacks for you to discover every month. Plus, they believe you shouldn't eat something you don't like. So if you try a snack that you don't like, NatureBox will replace it in your next box for free. You can't do that with any other snacks.
You can't.
Go
Only
to
NatureBox.
Go to naturebox.com/PKA right now.
I would pay $25 for peanut butter nom noms right now.
You know what? We all wish we had a NatureBox next to us right now.
I swear, I wish I did. We are in a snack food rut in my house, and NatureBox peanut butter nom noms would just be crushing it right now.
I'm about to eat this fucking cinnamon stick.
Kyle, do you have more to read?
A lot. Go to naturebox.com/PKA right now, and you'll get 2 bags of delicious snacks without any of the junk for free. That's
2 bags.
naturebox.com.
This is a company that has confidence in their goddamn product. For free. They want you to eat it for free so you get hooked, and then you buy more. They like it. They think you'll like it.
You will like it. Get their saltiest snack to complement your
balloon-flavored wine.
Disgusting champagne. When you have a champagne and you need a salty snack, go for Chandon. It's reasonably cheap, and now I know why. It's not great.
Oh, fuck.
So go to naturebox.com/PKA for 2 free bags of boldly unique snacks delivered right to you, right to your door. Naturebox.com/PKA, 2 bags of snacks for free. Snack healthy. Snack easy.
All right. Are you done now?
That one, yes.
Yeah, all right. How many ads have we read? 1 or 2 or?
That's the second one. So 3 more to go. We'll talk about Uber, TrackR, and so on later.
Uber is great for
I must
drunks.
ask though, the next time you do one of these drunk streams, I would love to volunteer for the next one. I don't know if that's possible or not, but just give me like a couple of days heads up so I can get a breathalyzer too, and we can do this properly. We can prepare for it. We can make it happen. We can do a little bit more regimented.
You know what? Maybe we do it again next week. And we do it right. You know, I think that Woody would love it. Kyle, just looking at Kyle's face right now, I see he loves that idea.
Are you suggesting we record the whole time?
I'll drink again.
Hold on, let's not go crazy.
I mean, Woody was just thinking. I mean, we have our traditional 90-minute convo prior to the show, and then we begin.
I'm so mad.
I'm so sorry. Oh, I didn't mean it. I didn't know.
I'm so mad. It was the first 90 minutes was fun too. Like we had like a couple revelations. Woody told us about his teacher who thought he was retarded. Taylor told some fun stories. It was a good time. It was a good time. We talked about Chiz.
Fuck you, Miss Fields. I'm not retarded. Shout out to Miss Fields. I bet you're dead by now.
There was some redemption in 8th grade when they decided to put Woody on the other side of the spectrum.
The advanced placement English class.
Good special.
That's what they called it. But yeah, we missed out on some stuff. So we gotta endeavor to persevere.
Have no fear. I will retell stories.
Yeah. Don't worry. You will hear that again, not once, not twice, probably thrice at the minimum.
Cheers.
Yeah. Cheers. There you go.
How is that wine that you're drinking warm?
It reminds me of a balloon ship.
I've never seen
wine. Do you feel like you're, in a balloon ship and you're looking down and going, there's the Alps, honey? Aren't you so happy we're here? It transposes you.
But on a day that's so hot, your face kind of sweats. Yes, that's what it feels like.
See, when I'm having Shandong, the only thought I'm thinking is, when is it over?
And the answer is, not soon enough.
It's over in half a bottle. Half a bottle.
All right. Hey, we have this thing, patreon.com/PKA. There's different levels. You can buy early access to the shows, catch it on like Thursday or Friday when everyone else is waiting until Saturday. Early audio only. Lots of cool shit. Anyway, at the $10 level, you can ask us questions, influence the show. So I guess I'll start with Taylor. I don't know.
Just throw it out there. We'll all answer as
guys. I'm 22. What do you say if a girl you have friends with benefits with is pregnant?
Oh, ho!
How old is he?
I am happy
22.
that I have no experience with this because that sounds stressful as fuck. Best of luck, buddy. What you need to be doing is first, when she brings it up to you, ask.
I go first.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're gonna want to offer to pay for that abortion. It's $400 to $600. You can go with her or not. It really depends on if you're feeling up to it. You're going to want to immediately offer to pay, but in the end, it is her choice. So you're not going to want to be forceful about this. Like, you're just going to want to put it out there that, hey, regardless of what you decide, I support it, and I'll fund it 100%. Now, to some regard, that means that you'll support the child forever, which you're going to have to do.
Yeah, so you shouldn't say that.
Yeah, well, I mean, a judge is going to say it if you don't. So go ahead and get that out there. But hopefully she's willing to get an abortion since you're very, very young and presumably, because you came to us with this question. You didn't say, hey, I'm trying to form my life now. I'm about to have a child. I'm 24 years old. I need to get this, and that.
22.
Or you said, yeah, 22. You said, I'm 22 and she just told me she's pregnant. What do I do? So clearly you're terrified. And you want to have an abortion, and you should just offer to pay for it and be really, really supportive. And you can't push her. You've just got to be there for her because of the society we live in and morality and such. No stare.
I am pro-choice, but I think like a lot of people that are pro-choice, not enthusiastically pro-choice.
Dude, it's a way more gray area issue than people like to talk about, but. So, yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
The one thing I'd throw out there is I feel like you're more morally in the clear the faster you get it done, right? Get that thing out of her. Don't hang out and wait and like I feel like if you're gonna be pro-choice, if you're gonna have an abortion, earlier is better. Don't just hang out and like deny it or whatever. Not only is the surgery less invasive and destructive and such, but also the baby is less of a baby the earlier you go. So don't dilly-dally on this call. If you were a
Yeah.
Patreon, you'd get this information several days earlier. Just saying.
If you're
$500
going,
Patreon.
Target audience
The
you wanna,
$500
extort for a
Patreons.
couple more dollars.
I will
I think
perform your
this
abortion.
one,
Exactly.
Maybe you just text them back or something. Like, shoot them the email now. Be like, we'll give you this one for free. You know,
No, we
like,
made the question. We don't have that info.
For
Yeah, right.
$500 Patreons, I will perform the abortion for you.
oh God. Using
So
only
think of that as like a
explosives.
safety net that you're paying for every month. One less thing to worry about. Kyle's there. Don't need an abortion doctor. He can handle this.
Yeah, the problem is it would be an overdose of Kyle's fucking what is it? Apple flavored, Everclear distillery. That will be the abortion.
Chuck this. Let me get the shot back.
Oh God, that's terrible.
You said there were 3 cinnamon sticks in here.
Right. 4 days later, she finds a cinnamon stick in her vagina.
That's how you know it took. That's how you know it took. You find the cinnamon stick and you're all in the clear.
So you basically just leave Easter eggs in women's vaginas for them to find later. Well, I hope this took. Oh, thank God, the cinnamon stick's poking out. That's Kyle, the
I
cinnamon
won.
man abortion clinic's calling card.
I won. I got the big one.
I would say for that guy, 22 years old rather, his friends with benefits is pregnant. First, you want to ask, who else have you told? Because not like you're going to fucking murder her or something just because you want to see if maybe you're not the only guy. Mind-blowing. Brace for this, Mr. Question Asker. You're probably not the only guy that she's fucking right now. Very rarely is there an exclusive friends with benefits situation because you're not in a relationship. You're just friends with benefits. And so you want to start off by asking a question that won't implicate you in it. You want to have her say, this is your baby. And then you will know that it's your baby. Or you can have a paternity test taken. Actually, no, the child has to be born for that. So you want to avoid that if possible. Woody, you're raising your hand. I'm gonna Matt.
Thank you. Now, friends with benefits situations, crazy. Kyle, these things have no accuracy whatsoever.
What the fuck is that number? 0.035? So you're half of legal limit for driving?
That can't be true.
Can't be right.
What the fuck is that?
He's drank a whole one of these things and some Captain Morgan, and these things mean nothing. But my interpretation of a friends with benefits situation was that typically one of them wants to be a boyfriend or a girlfriend and is settling. That they're not
generational.
You think this is generational gap?
I do. I think friends with benefits are a much more commonly and much more reasonable arrangement with terms of people who just want to fuck, which is totally reasonable.
This was a term that existed when I was in college, but none of my friends had friends with benefits or anything. Like I didn't know anyone who scored such an arrangement. It was like something you'd see in a movie, like
Holy Grail style thing.
Yeah, Holy Grail, perfect. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, that what you're saying is true. I think it's somewhat generational, but it's also like I think it's understood societally and evolutionarily that men want sex. That's our modus operandi. Men want sex because that's how you reproduce. Women want commitment because women can get sex whenever they want. And so they don't have commitment is women's sex. You have to work to get it. And I think that if you're into friends with benefits, at least one person, either the guy or the gal, in that situation would like for it to become something larger.
I can't agree with that.
Yeah,
I think that there's a possibility. I think there are lots of scenarios where that occurs, and I don't want to rule it out. I don't disagree. There are scenarios where that occurs, but I think you can find scenarios where that occurs and it's mutual. That is the point of that. The goal is actually for friends with benefits. You don't want this weird kind of emotional commitment from one person and not from another. You just want the fucking sex. So,
I mean, I've done the FWB thing quite a bit before, and it's always that usually the girl wants a relationship out of it because that's their end game more than the man's end game. Because if a guy can get the, milk for free without buying the cow, to use a very old term, then he's going to do that a lot of the time.
I'm glad you brought it up because I wasn't going to, but I knew that you had FWB experience, Charlie. You achieved the Holy Grail in a way that I never did. Would you describe yourself as out of that girl's league? I don't have a better phrasing, but were you a reach goal for her, a stretch goal?
No.
And that's why she was desperately hoping that she could land you by giving you all this sex?
No, if anything, I think that girls who
Jesus, let's. Let's give some fucking autonomy to women too. Women like sex.
I was about to do that.
Who like sex.
I was right about to say that. I was about to say that.
What did she think she was getting in return for all of this sex? I mean, it must have felt terrible for her.
I didn't mean that. But I do think that, if she wanted the relationship and Taylor didn't, I wondered if there was a power imbalance.
It is a little... No, I wouldn't even say it is a power imbalance. I would say that at least once it's happened where a relationship was wanted and it wasn't achieved because I wasn't interested. But most of the time, it's like you're both having sex for fun because you're enjoying it. But at the end of the day, if the opportunity were presented to the girl in that scenario that, hey, do you want to become exclusive? She probably wanted that. In some recess of her heart, she probably wanted an exclusive thing because that's the thing for girls. Like, women value exclusivity more than men because men like having sex with as many women as will let them have it.
We as men override base impulses, right? In the sense that, we make sacrifices or make decisions that are not just, I'd love to spread my seed as wide as I can, right? We have to do this. This is just the rational brain trumping biological
You're saying all men, without exception, just want to spread their seed as wide as they can.
What's that called? A straw man, I think. Right?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry.
All right, you keep that shit on lockdown. Over there. Have another glass of your fucking balloon wine over there.
Will do.
I really wish I had a couple of Filthy's delicious beers right now.
Yeah, you probably do, man.
What were you saying, Filthy? Before I strawmanned you?
Oh, sorry. Continue, Filthy.
Yeah, but the point being that, like, why isn't the benefit of the doubt given the other way too, right? Yeah, okay, so maybe, like, biologically, maybe, and this is EvoPsych, and EvoPsych is something I actually have background in, PhD level background in, and there is a shit ton of controversy in EvoPsych as it is. So when we say this is
un-PC. Yeah, EvoPsych is very un-PC.
It's very un-PC, and it's very hotly contested. So yes. we don't know where the fuck that shit stands. There's no like, no one has decided on that shit yet. So even if we work with that assumption that is right, you still got to give them the benefit of the doubt in the sense of cognitively you can put that shit aside. So yeah, okay, maybe biologically women have. I mean, this is Triver's argument, right? This is to give citations for this. This is sex is evolutionarily more costly for women than it is for men, right? All the bearing a child is just biologically more costly for a woman than it is for a man.
Cost.
So you're saying women are worth less after they have a baby? I don't think that's true.
They have to deal with a lot more potential.
I'm sorry, I'm just fucking with you.
They have to deal with a lot more potential ramifications.
You just described it as costly. I don't carry on.
No, but okay. But the point being that, like, from this, like, even if we agree with that, there's going to be women that there are out there, women who like to fuck. That's just how it boils down to. And the society is much more forgiving of this now than it's ever been in the past, right? Women are allowed to be sexual people without this being the end-all, be-all of slut-shaming, this is the end of it. So I don't know that I can get behind that. I mean, I can hear your point, Taylor, that there may be situations, and there are probably lots of situations, where one of those members, male or female, and maybe even predominantly female, I have no idea what the research looks like on this, is actually wanting more than that. But I also believe you could have an equitable friends with benefit relationship where both people just want to fuck.
You absolutely can. That's true.
Yeah, okay.
Like, I don't think that's even debatable because it's happened. Like, that's definitely true. Yeah, I think my point from earlier was more, well, you perfectly elucidated it. Yeah, so we're on the same page there. We agree.
Shit.
We can, I think it's mostly women
who
want the relationship potentially, but there's also a plethora of examples where both people are just like, I'm in it for myself. If this ends, so be it.
And I've known some dudes in my life who are desperate dudes who need to get fucking laid. Like, the best thing that could happen in their life, not only from their own perspective, but from everybody else's perspective, is holy shit, someone fucked that guy, so he will stop barking up every female tree that he sees, stop being this ridiculous human being all around, because he is just so much of his self-worth is tied into getting laid. And those fucking people, and those are men, and predominantly my experience
it's
of that.
all men. That's all men. Yeah.
Not, wait, are you saying that's every man, or that's only
mankind?
No, I think he's saying that all of them are men.
I articulated that poorly. It's not all men, who are like that, but that group, that subsection of people is only male.
Yeah,
and that's totally true. Because if you're a guy and you're not getting laid, it almost feels like the people around you can feel that, you know? Like if you're in a dry spell and you're not feeling up to snuff, like you almost feel like people discern that there's something off about you. But that's just a male thing, because women can get laid whenever they want. Frankly, like they can. Like it may not be, Brad Pitt, but it's way easier for a woman to find a dick than it is for a guy to find a vagina.
Yeah, although it comes at trade-offs, right? Like
and that's why the reason you said earlier is because the overwhelming cost of pregnancy lies on women. And so naturally, you are going to be way more... If I could get pregnant and have to carry a baby, I'd be way more selective about who I fucked, because it's like, okay, this could be potentially a child of mine, and I want to make sure that it has the best genes, that it's healthy, that it has...
It's not just biology either. I feel like it's also cultural, right? There's definitely double standard. The whole stud versus slut thing. When a girl adds a number to her count, there's a certain cost to that. When a guy does, there's none.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's like an odometer on her ass. Just keep that, keep that between you and yourself.
She'll just go till it rolls over.
To the suggestions you were giving the person who asked the question,
you can put one of those dildos
I came into this a little bit late.
Roll it over yourself.
No, I want to hear what Tilty has to say about this.
But just it's worth talking about, like, the repercussions of pregnancy with a sex partner, even if it's a friends with benefit partner ahead of time, because it makes a hell of a lot of difference for me going into something like this if I know her viewpoint on abortion, her viewpoint on what happens if shit fucks up and you get pregnant. What are we going to do about this? What it's not a sexy talk to have. It's not like, that's not first date talk generally. That's not like, oh, we're about to roll into bed. Hey, hold on a moment. But shit, sometimes it maybe ought to be that. Because that's useful to know. Because if you run into individuals who, for religious beliefs or other reasons, are not willing to abort a child, and the child is conceived with no expectation, no desire from either parent, I mean, that's at 22, that's a huge life-changing event. And, like, that's avoidable. That's avoidable with some discussion in a large part. So, I don't know.
I remember my Skype message, like, your status. For a long time, it was... being pro-choice is a quality I look for in a woman. It was Kyle's. It was a quote from
Kyle's status. Yeah, right.
yeah.
Very important. Like, I mean, it's a huge thing. Like, I need to know that we're on the same page on this major decision that's going to affect. Nothing else really affects you that way. That another person is going to get to say yay or nay on. Like, you don't think about it going into that because we all want to get laid, but it's like you really need to know that, like, if this condom fails, that your life isn't over now, because you might not have sex if you thought it would be, because they always say 99%. Like who knows what that number even fucking means in practical use if you're using correctly. But I think a lot of guys are stupid. I think a lot of people are stupid and they don't know how to use it.
They rip all the time, but you can always tell when they do.
Woody was suggesting earlier, like, never have we ever style shit for just, like, shits and giggles for this. But I'm, like not joking around for a second, how many people have a condom break on them? Like, I've had a fucking condom break on me during sex. Never?
Many times.
Yeah, seriously. Like,
when I was a teenager, I didn't know. Like, today, it's like, whoa, this is getting better. But teenage Woody, like, didn't know.
Yeah, the only reason it usually breaks is if you don't have a lube, I've found. And then it's like...
Nope.
Pow! It's like, whoa, wait a minute, something just happened. But no, I don't think I've ever broken a condom.
Jesus. I've broken a number of condoms.
I mean, condoms are practically broken just by the time they stretch over my baby's arm of a ginormous cock.
You're like, I break 2 or 3 just putting one on.
Oh, yeah. It's stretched at its tensile strength just to start with.
It's shaking from the tension on your cock.
It's shaking.
Oh, yeah.
Dozens of videos of people, like, putting 7 gallons of water in one and, like, heaving it around, and it's fine. But
they hold them on a car window.
No dice.
People put them over their head, but not that head, baby.
I tried. I had a condom break like that on me 3 times in college. My freshman year, we had a bunch of condoms, and they were just the unlubed, like, those kind that they give you for free when you're in college. That's bullshit. Where it's like, hey, take this one choice condom, and it's like, well.
Round. The package is round.
Yes, the packages are round. It's got like 4 perforated semi-corners, like weird little garbage things. And we thought like it would be fun to like put it over our head. My friend Zach got it over his head. We laughed. My friend John, who was in the dorm next to me, put it on his head and we laughed. My head was too big for 3 condoms. I tried the first one, just no chance. Tried the second one, bailed out halfway across this vast cranium of mine. And then the third one, I had Zach try and put on, like, all right, let's get this. It'll be a funny picture for our Facebook or whatever. and he tried to put it on. He got it, like, rolled down to here and then just pop! Just nothing. Like, you can't get over this melon with those weak-ass condoms. Like,
so now you understand how my cock feels.
But everything behind me is actually 30 feet in the background. It's only my head that makes it look in proportion.
Dude, I didn't realize.
I don't remember if it was PKA or PKN, but Kyle went to that closet behind him, which all of us had previously thought was like 15 feet away. He can practically reach it with the length of his arm.
He was blown away when he did that, when he goes, I'm going to go to that closet. And he stood up and took 1.5 steps and then bent down and reached into it.
Yeah, like he's touching it.
He's touching the closet. I was under the impression that was far away. I don't know why. Forced perspective, I guess.
This is a really tiny room. We're in a real state of flux.
I also thought that was a French flag.
A French flag? No, it's Russian.
I know, because it's hanging the other way. Yeah.
To kind of like...
Man, I'm drunk.
On that topic for a second.
I'm drunk too.
You guys are a little tipsy? Filthy, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man.
I'm feeling good, too.
I could do this all night.
Look, Filthy, we watch your streams.
Oh, Filthy. I actually watched... some of your, because last time you were on, I wasn't very into Civ, or I wasn't into Civ.
You were very against Civ.
I was very against it, mostly to be funny, because...
Yeah, no, I didn't take it personally. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. But yeah.
Yeah, Kyle got me into it, trying to, like, playing Civ 5 more. I'm really enjoying Russia as my main Civ that I'm playing more, because I can't tell if you're...
No, not at all. It's such a great Civ. One of the most fun Civs to play.
Because I feel like it gives you a huge advantage to just have all those, like, gimme resources that sometimes you're like, oh, god damn it, I have to trade some cotton for some iron because I'm in deep shit, and he's getting the way better trade, and I don't like that. But it seems like with Russia, even if you have a giant expanse and you only have 1 uranium, you can milk that for quite a bit with Russia. But, basically, I read a couple guides on Russia, and it says you want to build, I think tall or build high is the name of the term, where you have like fewer cities, but very high population and very high number of tiles, and you use your crepost or whatever to buy them.
I've been on this show a number of times now. This is 4th or 5th, I think, right? Like, I played a couple games of Civ now with Kyle and Chiz, and if you ever want to just like learn Civ, and you have some time, just reach out to me, and we'll make some time, and I'll teach you about that shit. I teach shit to people all the fucking time. So don't read some shitty guide on the internet. You literally have, I mean, I don't want to be like a pretentious prick about this, but you have one of the best Civ players in the world right here, and I'd be more than happy to tell you about it. So don't read some shitty guide about, some guy wants you to build a cray post in Russia. It's not my guide. I have never ever said with Russia, go tall and build a cray post. Because it's dick fucking advice. It doesn't mean anything. So
no, it doesn't mean anything.
He's glad
playing the vanilla game though. He's not playing the NQ mod, which is in part why
I'm just saying that, like, I thought, like, okay, in my novice head, it made a lot of sense when they were like, Russia, what you want to do is cover as much expanse as possible with all your cities by buying those tiles for cheap, to make sure that you're monopolizing all of those, I think, not the strategic resources. Yep. So you're monopolizing all the strategic resources, so you build, like, whereas if I was playing a different Civ, I'd build way closer when I went Liberty, which I tend to go Liberty now. I think I like that one the most. Mm-hmm. But with Russia, it was like, put your city a little further away than you would normally, to where their, like, growth patterns wouldn't intersect ever, and then just buy up that area, and then through the late game, you just absorb a huge amount of the map. I'm really enjoying the game. I like the Cossack, however you say it. Right? That's a great unit.
Charge promotion is fucking phenomenal.
The Shoshone have been the one I've been playing with recently, because they start with a huge... I think it's Shoshone. It's one of the Indian type.
Yep.
That, like, the giant starting place, and then also every time you get
Shoshone
on a ruin...
or Shoshone, by the way. I went out to Nevada, where that tribe is actually based and still there now. Like, they're alive today. Like, they are our people. And, like, 5 minutes down the road from each other, it's Shoshone or Shoshone. So, who the fuck knows? But
like
anyways.
Missouri and Missouri. Yeah.
Yeah, I think exactly like that, Tiller.
Exactly like that. But the Shoshone, I really like them. And every time you get a ruin or an excavation site, whatever it's called, you get to pick what benefit you get. And I don't know which one's the best, but I've been just going with the population added and then the tech, because you usually get at least 2. But I'm really liking Civ. It's like, I like playing the single player because I can play 15 turns and then just shut it down. It probably says that I've played Civ for 3 months, and I've only had the game downloaded for like 3 months and 4 days because it's constantly open. Like, I'll just like pop in, play 2 turns, leave. Like, I do like that aspect of the turn-based game. It's nice that you can pop in. Obviously, you do multiplayer where you just dominate a bunch of people like me. But yeah, I really like it.
I'm glad you've been. I think it's a sweet game. Civ 6 is out in like 10 days. Civ 6, I've had some access to the pre-release, and that's been pretty fucking fun. I can't wait to see what the multiplayer looks like that. But if you like the single player element, you like the the playability, just like pick it up and do what you want and then come back to it later. Civ 6 is going to be as good for that.
I have
one
a question.
of your like guide videos for Civ 5 a while back, trying to like get into it. So I just picked a random one where it was like, you know, Aztecs game 9,000, and I was like, all right. And I started watching it, and maybe 20 minutes in, I'm like, this is like me listening to a rocket science lecture where I could be like, this sounds like a lot of things, but I wouldn't leave it knowing anything else. And I was watching it, and I'm like, okay, what's he doing? Oh, he clicked too fast there. I don't know what he did.
Taylor, I'm
and
not
you're like,
with
what's
you.
the thing I want to do is I'm going to go here,
I would take
so that I can
and
step over to here. And I anticipate that he's currently researching pottery. And the fact that I know that he's researching pottery, oh yeah, looking at there, he's got a cotton near him. That means he's gonna have a lot of good fabrics later in the game. And then I was just like, damn, like I'm already 5 steps behind. I have no idea. I just wanted you to say, click to build the monument. Do that.
I'm serious, man. I played with Chiz and Kyle a little bit, and I would be happy to do some sort of tutoring for that. So
play sometime.
Do you
because Kyle and I are clearly equals now because I beat him in some throwaway game. So no, Kyle's
been playing the
much better at me than this game. You were even explaining courteously throughout the game ways to help me get better as I was beating you, and that shows
it was
a
so
lot
hard.
of.
He was
that
like,
shows a
should
lot
I
of
attack now? And I'm like, well, if you press F9, you'll see that clearly. yeah, you should, because I can't do much about it, because I went aesthetics in the vanilla game for some reason, because I thought it'd be funny to beat you with aesthetics. It's a social policy tree.
But you had the best looking capital I conquered.
had lots of great.
It's about tourism, Woody. So winning like a cultural victory. So it's not military oriented at all. So if your opponent is Russia, for example, building Cossacks and pushing you with Cossacks and artillery, and you're going aesthetics, you might not be real thrilled about that.
That's exactly what happened.
I took it really not seriously at all.
Do you think that in Civ 6,
and it did not stop? Our war went on for millennia.
I want to ask this. Do you think that in Civ 6 they'll have the multiplayer bugs worked out? Like, there were a lot of problems with people dropping and games being hard to recover, and it's hard to just play it. It really is. Even now, it's years old and still so buggy, it's hard to play a multiplayer game.
Yep, and there's a specific Steam group dedicated exactly to that, to playing multiplayer games, because it's so fucking hard to get a full game of that. I don't know is the answer. The longer answer is I have access to a Civ 6 pre-release build of Civ 6, and I've had access to this for about 3 weeks now, something like that. And I got flown out in July to go to a pre-release. Yeah, I got flown out to New York. It was great, like VIP treatment, picked up in a limo, this type of shit, right? Drummed out.
A real limo, like a genuine limo?
No, limo service. So it's like,
yeah, they always tell me like, oh, there'll be a limo there, and then it's some van with like a sweaty guy. Anyway,
my drivers were nice, and that was a first for me, so I was pleased with the whole experience as a whole, and I really fucking enjoyed it as a whole. But I've had access for a little while now, basically, is the long and short of that. And we've been promised, they've told us that A, they're making this more modder friendly. That was one of the things they've said specifically. And B, that multiplayer was going to be something they didn't say it quite this words, but the take home is that they gave a shit about. Now, whether or not we'll see that, I don't know. At one point, I was told by one of the PR guys that they might be doing a multiplayer event before release. We're 10 days away from release now. It's almost unbelievable that would actually occur. But the fact that they're even thinking that way suggests there's some preference. They're thinking about that a little bit. They've said in the past now as well that they want the multiplayer games to be shorter, so it's more accessible for more people. Mm-hmm. So my hope is that the code will be better for multiplayer, because the code in Civ 5 multiplayer is pretty poor.
In the end, the truth of the whole thing is going to be that the highest level of play is going to be on the a modded version of the game. It's going to be a no quitters mod. It's going to be played on that Steam group, and you and a handful of other guys are going to be among the best in the world at it. There's no other way for it to go, really, because regardless of what they make, there's going to be a way to mod it and make it better.
Well, we can say this to the viewers right now, because one of
the NQ mod.
Sorry, yeah, 11th edition of that, and it's still, the balance is still not where I'd like it.
No,
still,
I didn't like the 11th. I'm still playing 10.
Yeah, but one of the things that came out of this, shit, I just blanked entirely what I was going to say on this.
NQ mod, Civ multiplayer, Civ 6, their new focus, the highest level.
Yeah, that should all jog it. Holy fuck.
I'm good at this.
I hate that.
None of this
I
is
hate
helping?
that when you just like blank entirely. No, not yet.
Multiplayer Civ 6 World Treatment, their new focus. They give a shit about it now.
Modding the game.
While we're thinking,
the Steam
group.
group.
Give me 2 seconds of.
Here's a fun game. It's a drinking game you may have heard of. Drink while you think. Everybody, up. Kyle, another shot. Woody?
So I switched beers. I'm over to New Holland's Dragon Milk. It's a bourbon barrel-aged stout. It's fucking delicious.
That is something I would not pursue, but it's good to know.
Imagine like you are drinking that you're drinking right now, and it's exactly nothing like that.
Oh my god, that sounds great.
Right?
You know what?
Man.
Like, in all honesty, I'm too drunk to lie. Shout out to Club W, because this balloon ship-based wine is the best balloon ship-based wine I've ever had.
Kyle, do you need another shot? Another shot of...
They do this... He's clearly trying to talk to Kyle, but they do this questionnaire where they ask you, like, what things you like. But it's not about wine. It's about, like, what do you like? How do you like your coffee? How do you like your steak? How do you like this? How do you like that? Do you like asparagus? And they didn't do a bad job at guessing which wine I might like. And
you've been ignoring that, right? Because you're just like, fuck wine. I don't like wine, right?
Right? But this one's better
Dude,
than most.
I'm still in that kind of immature camp. I've never had a wine. Like, I've had beers where I'm like, this is really good. Like, I really like this. But I've never had a wine where it was anything more than like, yeah, I'll have this. Like, this is all right. Especially red. I really want to like red wine because I feel like it's cultured, and that's like a cool thing to order when you go out to like a steak dinner and be like, get me the Pinot Grigio. Or no, that's white. Pinot Noir.
Yeah, Pinot Grigio is white, yeah.
I was going to call you on that.
Yeah, I know you will.
But it's so fucked up anyway. So like, the wines I've enjoyed the most, like going out to like some fancy dinner, like we're Girl and the Goat in downtown Chicago or something with the wife. Our favorite restaurant, we go here for special occasions. It's like all small plates and like blah 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 blah. Right? We're all there enjoying the fuck out of it. We get some wine. The waitress recommends it, and I'm drunk, so I don't give a fuck. Yeah, we'll get that wine, whatever. And we order it, and it's great. We love it. And then we write the name down, look it up, go back home. It's we bought it for $55 at the restaurant or something. It's $16 in the stores, and we try it at home, and it's all right, but it's not great because the fucking experience of being there, being out at her favorite restaurant, she's having a great time, I'm having a great time, we're all a little bit buzzed, is like 9/10 of the flavor of that wine compared to the actual wine.
Well, then the experience of PKA is ruining this Chandon. Let's read the synopsis. At Chandon, we are the true California pioneers, founded in 1973 by Moat and Shandon. Moat has an umlaut over the E, so you know he's foreign, which means he knows wine. We draw on our French heritage and innovative American spirit to create vibrant and sophisticated sparkling wines that enliven all occasions.
I got Russian and French out of that. We going anywhere?
Oh, you got whatever I was giving you out of that. Well, if you do it in a Russian, if you give a wine review in Russian accent, it sounds very cheap. It doesn't sound. This is the finest red wine in all of Russia, and not only because Putin outlawed all sale of red wine who do not like. Yeah.
All right, let me.
I can tell everybody's getting a little drunk. That's great.
Yeah.
We're enjoying that much more than we might otherwise. You're saying.
Yeah. Smart cars, smart homes. Technology has made everything smart, but when you lose those smart things, it still makes you feel really stupid. TrackR makes losing things a thing of the past. TrackR is a coin-sized device that locates misplaced keys, wallets, bags, computers, anything in seconds. Just pair Tracker to your smartphone, attach it to anything, and find its precise location with the tap of a button. It's that easy. Lose your phone, press the button on Tracker, and your phone rings, even if it's on silent. With over 1.5 million devices, Tracker has the largest crowd GPS network in the world. So your lost items show up on the map, even if it's miles away. Never lose anything again with Tracker. And listeners to our show here get a special discount of 30% off your entire order.
30%, holy smokes.
That's a lot. That's
Kyle, can you reread that? That has to be a mistake. There's
30%. So you just go to tracker.com and enter offer code PKA. The hardest thing you'll ever have to do is find their website. That's tracker.com right now and enter offer code PKA for 30% off your entire order. Again, it's tracker.com, promo code PKA.
30%.
Track your wife?
That's going to be a grievous
We're not allowed to talk about that.
I was actually thinking, like, I don't know, maybe I'm a terrible person, but I'm like...
not to talk about tracking people. It's something they're not comfortable with.
I wasn't thinking anything.
No, the thing with Tracker is... I don't know if this is what you're supposed to use it for.
Tracker,
but I keep
like Tracker, or is it Tracker?
Actually,
Trackher.
It's not that. It's not that.
It's Trackr. Now, they do have the ER domain, too, but clearly their branding is all built around the lack of the E. TRECAKR.
I keep adding... I don't know if this is like the actual use, but I think it's a great use. I keep one hidden somewhere in my trunk so that if someone were to steal my car, I would have a much better chance of getting it. So there you go. I think that's a solid idea.
Yeah.
Tracker.com. Kyle is exasperated. Woody is drunk, leaning with the mic way down. And me and Filthy here to
carrying the conversation, I feel like.
No, yeah, I guess to cap off Civilization talk, I'm really loving Civilization 5 right now, and the more I watch Civilization 6 gameplay, the less excited I am about it. I don't like how it looks. What's that?
Opposite for me.
Really? Okay, well, good, because you're the one playing.
I've been pleased with it, actually.
Good.
I'm restricted on Civ 6 right now with the preview release that I have to Prince AI, and Prince AI is basically like if my wife was playing Civilization 5, like Civilization 6. Like, you know, the woman who like ran herself into a corner and couldn't get out again in the last game we played. Like that would it be for this game. Like it's hopeless. Yeah, so I'm excited about harder AI.
Yeah, I'd play on Immortal or Deity if I want to challenge. But anything less, like even in King, you're just getting every wonder,
everything you want. Yeah,
there's no point in playing. So
that's what I don't like about Civ single player is that I can turn I was playing against I guess we were playing against Emperor or Immortal. What's the higher one, Kyle?
Immortal's higher than Emperor.
I guess at one point Kyle and I were doing like 2v2 Immortal or something, and it wasn't that hard. Maybe that's because I have the benefit of having Kyle, who's very good at the game, on my team, but also it's like when I play single player, it's like I don't want the benefit the other team gets to be one where they just intrinsically have more resources. I want the difference to be that they are more strategic, they're more tactical, they're better at moving their units, they're more I guess focused in their goals to where it's like, oh fuck, I can tell I'm playing against an immortal enemy because they're really pushing this point on my empire. Keep in mind I'm saying this as though I understand the game fully. I don't, but that makes the most sense to me. Is that kind of the page you're on?
AI is really shitty, you know.
Really hard to code the AI that you want. Like the difference between smart and dumb, like that's hard to pull off. It's way easier to just make every bullet worth more.
Would any of you play CS:GO against AI for any reason?
I never have.
No, why the fuck would you do that to yourself? It's pointless.
Wait, why would you what?
Play CS:GO against AI?
Oh no, yeah, that'd be stupid.
Right? Like, fucking stupid. Same with Civ. Like, there's a point to playing the AI, like learning the game, sure. If you're getting into it and just enjoying that element, fine. But as soon as you get to a point on that, you're like, I want a competent opponent. And it's exactly the same in that, right? Competent opponent's not going to be the AI in the games that we're seeing today.
They're too situational.
I've known how to play this game for 6 weeks, and I can obliterate an immortal AI.
Exactly.
It's not that hard. At that point, it's just like, okay, I'm going to go Liberty, I'm going to build these buildings, and then I'm going to if I'm playing the Huns, another Civ that I fucking love. I really like the Huns because I can end the game quick if you just pump out a bunch of battering rams and a bunch of horse archers and ruin it. I really enjoy the Huns. I'm sure you'll have some insight that says the Huns actually suck. But
no, Huns are great.
Good.
Really?
Great
I
civ.
like the Huns,
Super
the Russians,
powerful.
England.
You can start a game off, and your scout goes out, or even your opening warrior, whatever. You get a rune, and it's going to upgrade you immediately into a battering ram. And if you're close enough to an enemy civ, another player, or even a city-state, it'll take a city at that point in the game.
One-on-one, the battering ram. Absolutely.
Maybe,
will.
one-on-one. Your battering
One-on-one?
ram versus city. It'll
Battering
take
ram.
that city in 2, maybe 3 hits, and unless they've got, they really need 2 units to properly stop you.
They gotta
taking
get
city.
that unit. They gotta keep the battering ram away from the adjacency to the city. If it gets adjacent to the city in the early game, it's done.
It's hilarious. If you're
Taylor,
playing
if you get into it, same with you. I offer the same to you, Kyle, in that sense. I know we played a
Yes,
game.
I
Actually,
love-
Kyle is 1-0 versus me.
I am.
Kyle is 1.
I'm happy to
took
give you
you-
a chance to try
And
to.
It took
I
me
am
four-
one
it
to
took me-
know.
it took
And
me
I am
drinking
one to
in
know.
4 peons to suicide into me all game, but nevertheless, he is 1-0.
That was a frustrating game
Really?
to play.
I am 1-0 against Kyle. Kyle is 1-0 against Filthy.
Yep.
I am the best Civ player in this film.
Exactly. I think logically
What
that is
is-
the only conclusion we can reach.
Did you still whine?
Maybe.
Balloon White is down. Well,
Mayhap.
what was the second
Looks
one?
more like absolutely.
The essence of a rose or something is his next backup plan.
Essence
Let's
of a rose.
go
Ooh, so basically, Filthy, give me the quick run. I want to talk about Civ a bit longer because I'm enjoying this.
I can do it all day.
Russia, China, England, Huns, and Shoshone, whatever, are probably my 5 that I like
Either-
the most right now. Any of those that need to be dropped from the lineup.
No, they're all tier 2. So of all the civs out there, if I rate them on a 1 to 6, they're all 2s, with 1 being
You
best.
gave England a 1 though, because that's part of what I used. I used your guide to pick stuff because I was like, Filthy knows this
So what's
shit.
tier 1?
He's a stand-up guy. I
That's tier
trust.
1. Poland, Babylon.
Is England tier?
I don't remember if it. See, the problem is when I made the guide video for the ratings on these. This was 2 years ago probably, and this was
2014
pre-mod.
when it's- Yeah.
Yeah, pre-mod, and now the mod has changed all these things. So my ratings of these mentally are now different than the ratings on the guide video. So if you're just playing vanilla, take the guide video. The guide video is pretty good. Not a lot has changed in vanilla since I made that guide video. So that shit is right up there. So if England was tier 1, I think was England tier 1 or tier 2 there? It doesn't matter. England's an amazing civ. All those civs you listed are really, really good civs. So if you want to play those and get regular playing with those, that's great. They're all really strong.
This is something I have trouble understanding. Is what is it about a civ like Russia that, like, from a layman, when I read like you get double strategic resources, I understood that to mean I can build whatever the fuck I want with iron, with uranium, with all this stuff. I'm taking this civ, and they have a cool horse rider with a gun. That's fine too. Why? Like, what about that is not tier 1 compared to like Poland? Because I know Poland gets the free social policy, but
Policies.
actually, yeah, that's really fucking good. So don't compare it to Poland. Compare it to one of the other tier 1s, like Babylon.
Okay.
Like, what makes Babylon science?
So
bonus?
Russia has
Wait,
in the base vanilla game, Russia has a Tundra start bias, which means that a disproportional number of time you will start in Tundra land, and Tundra is just shitty. So Tundra has limited, like a Tundra hill.
Ooh, Tundra. Fuck Tundra.
Someone give this man another drink ASAP. I don't know. Like the very first time you guys had me on PKA, we did a lot of Civ talk, and some of your fans were very adamantly against it. So anytime we want to be cut short on Civ talk, I'm quite happy to do other topics. I'm also quite happy to answer Civ talk. I do a lot of Civ talk for my, the rest of my profession. So the Tundra bias is a problem with Russia. The inconsistency of it, right? So Russia has a bonus for +1 production off of strategic resources. That's iron, that's horses. In the early game, it's iron and horses. Later on, it's coal, aluminum, that kind of shit, right? You're at the mercy of RNG, of random number generation, in terms of how many of those spawn in your empire. So it's the problem. Why it's a tier 2 as opposed to tier 1 is because for me, consistency is part of that ranking. If your civ is always good, it's going to be a tier 1. If it's sometimes good based on the situation, it's going to, and that bonus is really good based on the situation, it's going to be tier 2. In Russia, basically what it works out to be is that Russia has really great bonuses, but they only come into play some of the time when you spawn Russia. Some of the time you spawn Russia, you spawn in the tundra, you don't have any fucking horses, you don't have any fucking iron, and it's just like sad days for ages. And that's just RNG. So it's not consistent enough to be a tier 1 civ.
That makes sense. So the start bias is kind of the detracting factor to it. That
start bias and the fact that the bonuses are based on strategic resources, and strategic resource spawns are random.
Okay. Oh, they're random.
Well, I mean, you can play with this. Yeah, strategic balance is a setting. That is a setting that we play on in all competitive multiplayer. You play on strategic resource, which guarantees at least 1 horse and 1 iron in the capital,
I need
which
to
is
do
good.
that.
Yep, but still, you can have capitals with 4 horses and 2 iron.
And then if you want to go magnificent, if you want to have a magnificent capital, if you're playing single player especially, because you can just restart, move your capital, because that iron's going to be within, 2 hexes of your capital always?
Depends on the map you're playing, but yeah.
If you settle on iron as Russia, as soon as you discover iron working, all of a sudden your cap is doing like 4 hammers and 2 food or something instantly. It makes the early part of the game, and I mean the really, really early part of the game where you're building scouts and settlers and workers, it makes it much, much smoother.
So much better. And I thought that's why you liked Huns too, because Huns have the same bonus. Huns have a production bonus towards pastures. And if you have strategic resource on, you're guaranteed 1 horses in your capital, just like you are with Russia. So with Russia, horses are +1. With Huns, horses with a pasture are +1.
And they get plus oh fuck, I'm trying to remember the other Huns bonus. They start with animal husbandry. Which probably isn't a big deal, but I feel like that's a huge deal because it starts you out one little echelon above everybody else, where suddenly you can go right into pottery and not think about it or something. Maybe that's stupid.
Pottery
but
first anyway.
It seems like it's
don't doubt yourself, Taylor. Yeah. Taylor, don't put yourself down. That's not stupid. That's a great thought.
Thank you. You know what, Woody? You know what? I take back. It wasn't a stupid thought. Woody told me it was good, and he has degrees. But I like the Huns. China, when Kyle told me that the best, not famous person, but notable person, whatever it's called, where you pick one, he said that to go with Prophet, because you can start the religion, and I realize that's the best one to start. And then maybe you pick it as the second time so you can augment your religion. But I really like picking generals all the time to get I don't do it, but I always get the 2 prophets first. But after that, I just go all general when I get to pick one, because I feel like the general gives huge bonuses, and then you can just set up the general and be like, yeah, all these squares, all these hexes that are in your area, they're mine now. Fuck you. Like I like that. I think that's a great. Is that wrong? Should I be getting artists?
It's impolite.
It's impolite.
You are an impolite Civilizations player, so suck a dick,
it's
Taylor.
So situational, right?
On the game you're playing. The answer to that is depends on the game you're playing. If you're playing a 1v1 or a 2v2, if you're playing 1v1 versus Kyle, generals are extremely valuable because they can often decide whether or not you can defend a city at all. If you have 1 general up on your opponent and you're pushing a city and it's a 1v1 scenario, that's extremely powerful.
What do you mean pushing a city?
Pushing a city, capturing. If you, you play cities for. Okay, I don't. Okay, you guys, this is your show. If we're doing too much Civ talk, you stop.
This is the last
Keep asking me Civ questions. I will answer them.
This is the last Civ question, and then we'll move on.
I approve of that call.
Just so you know, I love it. I could do 4 hours of just Civ talk. I literally play just for the audience.
Me too.
I have a huge passion for the game, and so I'll watch your games because they're incredibly educational, not because of the reason that YouTube videos are normally educational. Normally, when I was learning Company of Heroes, for example, I don't know if you ever played that. It's very fun. It's a World War II top-down RTS. But with that, there are very good build orders that you should probably stick to. Your first 8 or 12 moves are kind of concrete. But with Civ, it's so situational that every time I have to read the board, read my Civ, read my opponents, and then go from there. That's why I love Civ, and that's why I love watching your videos, because I get to see how you react in dozens and dozens of unique instances, and I feel like every time I watch one of your videos, I get a bit better.
Well, as I said, I'm happy to individually coach you guys if you want any sort of that. I'd love to do it.
I'll be knocking on your door, filthy robot.
Yeah, not you. Woody, just to be clear, the offer wasn't to you. It was to everyone else on this call except you. Just so we're clear.
Yeah, you're not even included in it. He won't play with you.
All right, but to answer the question, Taylor, it works like this, right? A lot of the defensiveness of a city is based on its terrain. And you want to, when you settle a city based on the terrain that it takes with it. So you can put up a position when you're fighting other players that they can't move into that because the terrain is too unfavorable for them that you can get huge advantage from that. Citadeling, so what you're talking about is planting a great general, turns them into a citadel. Citadel steals land. You can totally negate the terrain advantage and make it your own advantage. So having more generals than your opponent allows you to take a impossible situation and make it into an extremely positive situation for you. So
and what I like about it is that you can, like where that hex is, where the citadel is placed, you can just go with another general, one hex next to it, and then build another one, and then you steal even more land closer to their capital, and you just throw an artillery right in that protective citadel, and then you have the game or the city destroyed, right?
And like that's what I've been. To be clear, in vanilla game too, tradition is way better than liberty, unless you're dueling. If you're dueling someone, liberty is better than tradition. So it's interesting that you prefer a liberty build, because a liberty build is essentially a war build when you're playing against players.
Interesting, he means stupid.
Yeah, by interesting, he means you idiot. You shouldn't be picking that. But I feel like
no, I didn't.
I know.
Yes,
I feel like liberty makes the most sense because I don't like ruining. Like I like building gigantic cities and winning the population battle. Like I like having a gigantic population, and we're talking about Civ again.
Filthy. What is the proudest moment of your life thus far?
The proudest.
This is a $10 Patreon question, so take it seriously.
Fuck. Are you kidding me?
So take it seriously.
Like just you don't get any like.
Someone paid $10 to ask you this question. What is the proudest moment of your life this far?
Look at God! I fucking. Can we stop for a second and appreciate the current posture of Woody? Because I think this is hilarious. That like a little bit into it, not a little bit actually. This is like fucking 3 hours.
4 fucking hours.
Yeah, 4 hours into drinking now.
All right,
Woody's
assholes. I'll answer this question. I'll answer it. I'll answer it in the with the truth. Like I won't make a joke of it. I will absolutely try to answer this to the best of my ability.
There's $10 on the line here. Of course, you won't make a joke of it. Carry on.
It's probably when my wife said yes when I asked her to marry me.
That was your proudest moment.
I think so.
That's really sweet. I don't understand it.
It's bad that I was gonna say she said yes to me first.
Kyle, you cannot drive right now. Kyle is beyond the legal limit of driving. We should all see where we lie. Filthy, if you had listened to us before this, and no, we didn't tell you to buy this, of course.
Yeah, because Chiz reached out to me. Literally, okay, I was recording a collaboration Civilization 5 video with another streamer, another YouTuber. I was quite drunk. At 1 a.m., I got a text from Chiz who's like, "Hey, do you want to be on the show tomorrow? It's a drinking stream." That's the setup I get. So like, 12 hours later, here we are.
I'll tell you how that happened. Like Chiz and I were talking about this episode, and I was like, how many sponsors do we have? Because we're gonna be drunk. And he's like, 5, maybe 6. And I'm like, shit. All right, well, I'll get them in early. I can handle this. I'll stay sober enough. I'll be awake. And I was like, but who's our guest? Because we can't have someone who's just sitting over there sober. I was like, who are our drinking guests? I was like, Filthy is the way to go. And
Who was that gentleman you had recently? Who he's a big
Shoe Nice.
Shoe Nice isn't really as much of a big drinker as he is like a raging alcoholic who eats glue on the internet for a living.
Yeah, I can't do that. I won't do that.
No, don't bother. You should stick with the Civ expertise. Stay in there.
Yeah, you're giving us tips about how we can drink certain craft beers to enjoy more. He would be giving us tips on the best deals at Ace Hardware for varnish to huff or drink to get fucked up. Because he is, that's his gig. Like, he's very good at eating things that other people don't.
Filthy. On the off chance that you make a lot of money on the release of Civ 6, like if this enriches you in a way that changes your life, consider 1/10 of your net worth to be your annual income and spend no more than that. And then you'll have worth that continues on and you'll be ahead in life.
1/10 of your net worth.
1/10 of your net worth is your annual income while you're earning temporary great money. And then you can be rich forever. Do that.
I'd like to be rich forever, so that would be something I would be interested in.
Burn that in. All right, I'll get back to my drinking.
Yeah, you said that you were doing a collaboration with the
drunk.
You said you were doing a collaboration. I'm going now. I'm going out.
What's happening?
Collaboration with another YouTuber. I'm curious. Who was it?
So I'm working with Roomba 07 right now.
Okay.
He's okay. You know him?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, that works out well. He's a strategy gamer just like I am. I met him when I got flown out to New York for the Civ 6 thing. My flight got this was fortuitous. We had so Woody, you might enjoy this. We had a debate.
Go ahead.
Yeah, me and Aruba. I know, right? Like you're like passed out. You're like, I'm ready for this. Hold on. I'm ready for more Civ talk. Okay. So I got flown out to this event, and it was a day event, and I went out with like a t-shirt, this t-shirt actually, and like my fucking travel bag and like a notebook, and that was like it. And my flight got canceled, so I was stuck in New York for the night. And 2K Games, they were great. They were like, here we did this event at this hotel. It was the London Hotel in New York. And they're like, hey, we'll put you up for the night. And by the way, we're going to the PR people were like, hey, we're going out to dinner. It's going to be 2 PR people. And this reminds me of what I wanted to say earlier. Fucking great, perfect. It's going to be 2 PR people and 2 YouTubers, Arumba07 and Quill18, if you guys know them at all. They're big strategy gamer YouTubers. And so I kind of got invited into this dinner that I wasn't expecting to do because my flight got canceled. And, we were talking that shit, and it turns out, surprise, surprise, I know a lot about Civ. And they were other streamers. They were there for Civ. And I don't want to be a dick about this, but I know more about Civ than they do. I play more Civ than they do.
Right,
they're more diverse than I am. I am more specialized. I play a fuck ton of Civ.
Close to 5,000 hours now or something, right?
I'm at like 5,700 right now. Yeah. So
I was in your live stream when you crossed $4,000. Anyway, carry on.
How was it in the live stream when I crossed $4,000?
I was in your live stream.
In that live.
Oh, you're in the live stream. Okay, cool. Okay, got it. So anyway, so we had a great dinner. It was just a lot of fun. We did some drinking. It turns out I don't understand this. It always blows my mind. Here we are. It's blowing my mind again. We're out there. People are telling me. Arumba told me after the fact. He's like, I don't drink a lot. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like we were with like one of the lead PR guys for 2K Games. His name is Joe Sullivan. He's an Irish guy. And I just assume Irish means they drink a lot. And we were drinking beer all night, and then we went and switched over to whiskey, and it was great. And I enjoyed the fuck out of it, and we had a great night. And at one point, I had a conversation with Arumba about luck. And I was my argument, my premise basically was that, no matter how prepared you are, and you should prepare for shit, you should work your ass off to prepare for stuff. There's a degree of chance in things. That's just how life is.
Sure.
You're gonna run into like I was there at that dinner from chance. My flight was canceled. It wasn't my plan. I was out there, and I got to meet these people and interact with them and have a great night with them solely because of chance. So anyways, I had this argument, and we were talking about this shit, and swapped contact information. I came back, and we decided we'd do some collaboration. Civ 6 got this pre-release stuff, and Arumba and I reached out to each other and started doing some collaboration. So I've been doing some collaboration with him. I'm teaching him Civ 5, and we're learning Civ 6 together. And I'm gonna bring him to the dark side, which is fucking Civ 5 multiplayer. Civ 5 multiplayer is not something that is particularly well supported, but it's such a fucking blast. So
I love the frigate map you guys have been playing.
Where were you headed when you started
Do you like
this? I thought there was a point, and there was
love
something
that
I was
shit.
going to like, and so far didn't happen.
oh wait, something you're gonna like. Well, the something you're gonna like was the argument of I got into an argument with him. And he's referenced this multiple times. For me, that was just, I'm drinking and I want to debate shit. And for him, it was, this might be offensive or people got annoyed about this. So I thought you might enjoy the element of me getting into a random argument with a stranger and it not being a particularly personal thing for me.
Consider me unsurprised.
Yeah, right? I don't know. I like this about me. I enjoy the fact that I'm willing to engage with people and shit like this. Even, questions about what's better, new or old money. Well, I don't have new or old money, so fuck them both, quite
Your
honestly.
position
But if I had
is the
to-
opposite of whatever the other guy.
No, it's not. I'm not a contrarian. That's not my point at all. But my point is to
Yes,
put
you
boundary
are.
conditions on this stuff. Yeah,
Taylor.
my wife does the same. So, anyways.
Okay, the second
but
half of this $10 question, which we're taking totally seriously, is another one is, what age do you feel right now? Obviously, you have your actual age, but do any of you feel any younger, older than you actually are?
18.
I feel maybe 24, somewhere in there. I'm 30.
I would
say
mark you
24.
down as 24.
Yeah, I feel old enough to. I feel like I have like this layer of responsibility that has crept in, where I know that like can't do that thing, can't do this thing. I'm not gonna smash mailboxes anymore. I'm not gonna egg any houses. But at the same time, I would love to be set on fire in a safe situation. I'd love to put burn gel on myself and just set myself ablaze. I still. We were cleaning out my basement the other day, and they found this huge wad of firecrackers. I mean, like 5,000 firecrackers. And they were like, "What do you want us to do with these?" I was like, "What do you think? Put up with the firecrackers. Like, that's where they go. Like, you're not gonna throw my firecrackers away. That's treasure you just found." Like I'm still that guy who loves firecrackers, and I'm hesitant to pick up a gun right now because I'm drunk, and that's probably bad PR. But like
definitely
guns and that sort of thing. I'm still a bit of a kid at heart. But I'm not so immature that I'll step in shit anymore. I feel like I'm there on
you guys
emotional.
Want to see me shoot something on camera? Watch this.
No.
Yes. Well, not. Oh.
Hilarious.
Okay. I would say.
Someone cut this man off. If the comedy devolves into puns, it's just not working.
I'd say I feel like I'm only 25, so I can't feel that much younger than I am. I Filthy, I don't know how old you are. I guess
32.
A little younger than Kyle.
I'm younger. I'm 32.
You're 32. Okay.
I'll be 33 in a couple months.
I couldn't tell. You see, without your beard, I bet you have a wonderful face. A wonderful baby face where you look much younger. That's what I was thinking.
I look like Alexander Skarsgård when I have no.
Alexander Skarsgård.
That's right.
But I guess like 22, 23 is what I feel, because like 25 is like solidly and mathematically in your mid-20s. But I still think of myself as like, I'm just a guy in my early 20s, doing whatever I want whenever I feel like it. And it's that's not a good attitude to have. And so I guess I feel younger. Life
is weird, though. Like,
I look like I'm 33, but that's fine. I'd say 20. No, I don't even look that young. Like my skin, if you guys could see my skin, it is flawless. That is
it's
all of those
because you had a
years.
nuclear bomb of, what is that drug
Accutane.
called? Accutane.
Yeah.
It's
because I basically, literally in that doctor's appointment when I was 13, 14, and I had some acne, my mom was like, Taylor wants Accutane. And the doctor was like, well, honestly, that would kind of be the equivalent of dropping a nuclear bomb on a 7-Eleven robbery. I remember it specifically because that's what he said. And she was like, that's fine. Like, he's fine
She's
with
like,
it.
nuke
She's
those
like,
Hajis.
Yeah, like, are you okay with it? And I was like, yeah, I'm totally fine with it. I don't want to have acne. I want to be getting laid as soon as possible. And took it, and I've had pimples I can count on one hand since I've been probably 16-ish. Like, I do not get pimples. My skin is beautiful. It's huge. It's tremendous.
It's Trumpian.
It's Trumpian. It's Trumpian skin. But now it's Trumpian because Trump skin looks like
that skin
like
justifies
the
just sticking your hand in a woman's vagina. That's what you're saying.
It does. They want it because he has star skin.
That's right.
Trump's neck looks like. Have you ever seen like what a snail or slug looks like as they're contracting before they move forward?
It's a very sexy image.
That is exactly what Trump's neck looked like. Yeah, when they're sucking up to slide forward. But I probably feel about 22.
So I am all over the map on this. I don't have a good answer.
No, you have a good.
Physically, I sometimes feel 43. Right. In one of the things I've noticed.
Woody, how old are you?
I'm 43. Yeah.
Okay.
So one of the things I've
sense.
noticed is like for example, I was out kiting. I think it was last week. Kiting is this big paramotor wing above your head, and I'm practicing to work it by hand, and it's kind of like doing like pull-up related monkey bars type stuff for an hour or two, and I was sore for like 3 days. Like 3 days later, that's how much time it took before I stopped feeling like I'd stopped doing pull-ups for a few hours, and it was like, oh, that really sucks, because the 17-year-old version of me would have been fine by dinner, right? And the 43-year-old version of me is sore for a couple of days. So the physical side of it is undeniable. Emotionally, I'm all over the map. I feel qualified to have a 17-year-old daughter. You know, she does things, I counter, etc., etc. I mostly feel like I know what I'm doing. So that's a thing. On the other hand, I very much have like reckless impulses that I would have as a teenager, you know, and like I want to do this, I want to do that. I'm laughing at this. I still think this is funny. So like emotionally, I feel like you add some wisdom, but you don't really change your personality. But physically, there's no stopping the aging process.
I want to just like chime in on that because that's exactly how I feel, in the sense that it's like, you know, like emotionally, I feel like, you know, I want similar things to what I wanted when I was 18. Like I laugh in like some sense, like I've asked my wife about this sometimes. It's just like, I feel like what I was reaching for then, I haven't really changed in that. Like maybe I have, like maybe this a little bit more concrete in terms of, you know, what I want for like financial goals or what I want for living goals or something like that. But in large part, like the things I wanted then, like I keep getting older. Physically, I get older. My body ages. I age. I continue through life. I garner experience, which is great. You know, I get smarter about things as I've learned to shit. But in some sense, I'm like, I don't, like mentally, I don't look back and go, fuck, I feel a lot older than my 18-year-old self. I feel a lot wiser than my 18-year-old self, but I don't feel a lot older. And I feel like age is one of those things that sneaks up on you because you don't fucking feel like you're getting older as this shit occurs to you. You know, it's just, you do. You like, your body ages, your things move on. But like, I want the same things. Like I'm still, the same things make me happy in a large part.
Sex and money. Yeah.
Yes, that's not far off in the sense of like success, you know, sex, certainly, you know, that type of stuff. Like that's not a surprise. Like who doesn't want that in some degree? You know, show me the guy who's like, I don't enjoy sex. And I'm kind of like, I don't know if I believe you. You know what I mean? Like
the thing about money,
they have like that. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'll go. The thing about money, like my experience with money, is not so much the stuff that it gets you; it's the time. Like the only, like, I've met people who say stuff like, I'm not really interested in money. I'm not money driven, etc. And I get that, and I kind of respect it, and I hear where you're coming from. But when you realize you can buy your time, you know, like I spent this afternoon, it didn't work out for me, but I was watching the wind so that I could see if I could launch my paramotor. The answer was no, fuck it. But I was like, man, I really prefer this to working for someone else. You know, like given those two options, you know, I'm on my phone, like reading news or something, enjoying the sun and the wind, sitting in my golf cart. That's a way better way to spend your afternoon than most alternatives, than most people who were probably working this afternoon. And it's like, I don't know what I'd do with much more money. Like once you can buy your time, you've got what you want. To me, anyway. That's what you want to buy. And
I don't disagree at all. Like I came from a PhD background to this. I was a graduate student, PhD graduate student, and I'm doing this YouTubing for a living now. And I'm not always thrilled with the amount of money I'm making, but fuck, I couldn't be happier doing this. And that to me is like, I mean, like, yeah, we're gonna be cheesy as fuck right now. We're gonna say that happiness is invaluable, and I believe that. Like I've experienced that. Like the fact of being my own boss, of deciding what I want to do with my day, and making that into something. I still work my ass off, but I'm doing it for me, and I'm not doing it because some asshole has said you need to be here at 8 a.m. today and you get off at 5 and you need to do this XYZ. I'm doing this because this is something that is going to improve my life and something I can do and I want to do, and that to me is fucking pretty great.
Stage 1 is addicting, which is what I see your description as. Like, oh, wait a minute. So, like, I get the benefit of my time and effort? Holy fuck. Like, that's really great. You know, because previously all my time and effort was just someone else got the benefit. You know, I work for this company, I put my time and effort into that, and they benefit from it. And I get, of course, a paycheck, but it's not directly linked to my time and effort. You know, continued employment is in this indirect kind of way. But you're like, hey, you know what? If I stream for 5 hours, I make 25% more money than compared to 4 hours. And that, like, is an eye-opening thing. You know, it's addicting at first. At first, you're like, oh my god, you know, like, I want to stream for 8 hours. I want to stream for 10 hours. And Wings of Redemption put up 11 videos one day, right? 11 videos in a day. That's a lot of videos in a day. And you know, like, I feel like a lot of YouTubers, when they first discover they're self-employed, go through that phase.
Filthy has a serious upload schedule.
Does he?
You're not. I would say 11 doesn't really make me that.
Yeah, that don't scare him none. I'll tell you what.
So I'm curious. You call that phase 1. What's phase 2? And what is the if we're looking at a phase deployment? We're probably looking at this progress. So what's the peak of this?
I mean, I hope you go through all the phases. They're not guaranteed, but if I'm going to make shit up off the top of my head, it's you know, the next phase is some sort of success. You might feel a self-importance. You might feel that I don't know, like self-importance is a big part of it. You think that you've gotten what you've achieved through skill and not luck. That's a thing that could come if you get yourself to. I don't know what's current. Is 2 million subs a big deal? 1 million subs a big deal? I don't know what kids are having nowadays.
Are you talking YouTube?
I am, or Twitch.
I'm like 38 or 37,000 on YouTube. So 2 million's a really fucking big deal for me.
For you,
just to clarify.
Yeah,
for me, yeah,
I don't even know. Like, I had 1 million subs when that was a big deal. I don't know if it still is.
Probably is.
But at the time, it kind of was. It now, I don't. Maybe is. I don't know. But yeah, you might feel like you did this and it was all based on your own skill and achievement and not so much on luck. And it's a combination of the two, I think, in reality. And if I were to define a final phase, it might be demotivation. Like, all right, I've done this. I don't need it anymore.
Is that a financial demotivation?
Yeah. And it's funny because
you gotta reach a comfort level to be like, I don't give a fuck about this shit anymore. Because there's got to be a comfort level. Because right now I'm making a living. It's not a great living. It's not a terrible living.
Right.
But it's certainly not like I'm gonna retire tomorrow living.
I watched it happen at Cisco too, right? So not so much me or my peers, but like my managers. They're like, okay, now I'm worth 38 million. Why am I still doing this? And Cisco as an organization had to, because Cisco, at a time, it was the first or second most valuable company in the world, right? It was an Apple at one time. It was like Cisco and GE were at the very, very top of the world. And Cisco as an organization had to figure out how to manage people that were no longer motivated by money. No one was like 38 million. If I just had 40 million, things would be cool, right? No one thought that. They all thought, I'm done. I played ping pong with a guy, someone played ping pong with a guy. Maybe it was my friend who was telling me about it. And that guy turned a millionaire that day. He was just like, yeah, you know what? I looked at my stock options today. I just crossed 7 digits. I just added another comma to my net worth. And this is happening to like regular jackoffs that play ping pong because Cisco stock was soaring in the .com ages. So if there's a phase 3, I hope it happens to you in Civ 6. I don't know. I hope though. I wish it for you. But hopefully you add another. I'm guessing your net worth now has 1 comma. I hope that you have 2. And when that happens, you might wonder like, why do I stream every day and subject myself to this?
If I had $40 million, I'd never talk to any of you ever again.
That's funny. Like, I like enough of what I do. I think.
I'm kidding, of course. But like, if I had $40 million, like, I would come on to PKA and still do it because I think this is fun. It's fun to joke around and to be like. I like making people laugh, and I sometimes do that here, and that's fun. I get like a little high off of people being like, oh, that was really funny when you said that. Like, I don't know what it is, but I get like a little high. Like, yeah, I made someone laugh. Like, that's the most visceral, unconscious decision that humans make is laughter. Like, it's unconscious. You just start laughing. And so to get someone to laugh, for me, even in just like daily conversation, I try and be like, not like funny to the point that it's obnoxious, but just I try and make people laugh throughout my day because it's fun. And that feels so. There's no better feeling than making someone really laugh hard. Like that.
I love my wife's family.
Isn't that the best?
My wife's family likes to laugh. It's so fucking easy to make them laugh. It's great.
That is cool.
Yeah, I very much enjoy that from that.
Speaking of which, very relevant. You guys were shit talking the Blues earlier. If we hadn't had that faux pas at the beginning, we wouldn't have made the show this long. But the Blues are the only team in the NHL that is 2-0 right now.
And they make me laugh all the time.
So there you go.
Yes,
they make
I'll be laughing.
They make me cry all the time.
I'll be right back.
All right.
All right.
Well, this seems like a good time to tell you guys about ZipRecruiter.
About what?
Yes,
ZipRecruiter? Tell me more about ZipRecruiter. I'm on the edge of... Now I'm on... Wait. I almost fell off. I'm on the edge of my seat. Tell me more about ZipRecruiter.
Recruiter? Yeah.
Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in one place just isn't enough to find quality candidates anymore. If you want to find the best hire, the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all of the top job sites, and now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job on 100-plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with one click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calling your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 1 million businesses. And right now, our listeners can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/painkiller. That's right, for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/painkiller. One more time to get it for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/painkiller. There's a link down in the description below. And if you're looking if you've got a open job position there and you're looking to hire someone who is perfect for it, do ZipRecruiter.
That is an amazing deal. Typically, the business model is if you want a job, you can go on there for free. But if you want to get an employee, then they rape the fuck out of you. So to be able to post jobs on there for free, perhaps they wouldn't like that term in their ad, but to be able to post jobs for free is quite the deal. ZipRecruiter.com/painkiller. Hire
ZipRecruiter. You know, it's really hard for business owners to find good people because at this point, it's like everybody has a degree in, at the very least, underwater basket weaving. And so anyone can put, I have a degree on their application. ZipRecruiter sifts through the nonsense. They find what you need. And only a fool would disregard their option. So there you go. Unbiased.
I'm mostly through a bottle of wine. That's a wine. That seems like a lot of alcohol to me. Is a bottle of wine?
A bottle of wine.
A bottle of wine really isn't as much as you would think. It's probably
last time I drank a bottle of wine, I vomited. I remember
was
that.
There
well, it's October. My last drink was probably New Year's Eve. So
well, Kyle, I would bet that the wine you drank was red.
I drank 2 bottles of Riesling. I remember that.
So you probably haven't had a drink in 8 months or 10 months now?
No, when I learned to fly, which was like July or June, I had like a sip of moonshine, and that broke a streak that was I don't know how long, probably since the last drinking.
That's just so fucking alien to my upbringing.
Woody is honestly my favorite kind of person who doesn't drink, where it's not a contest. It's not about like, oh, I'm 60 years clean. It's more just, yeah, I'll drink now. I know I'm not gonna do it tomorrow. Whatever. Like I think like Woody's attitude.
It's just alien to me.
Where it's just like I don't
I
like
hate
it.
Drinking. They do these studies with monkeys, right? They're like, there's like 3 types of monkeys. The monkeys won't touch alcohol. The monkey is like drinks a little bit and wanders off, and the monkey like drinks till he passes out. I'm the monkey who fucking drinks till he passes out. Like that's just genetically where I'm at.
Are you talking
about? Yeah,
like,
that's where I am too. That's why I stay away from alcohol.
I'm the monkey that just lets you be you.
I really
don't
want
give a
more.
fuck. You know?
Yeah, it's not like I'm pushing that. Like I'm not saying like we have to do this, and I'm not actually saying that I do that. I'm not suggesting that I like drink till I pass out every night. It's just like my body. Like if I have beer, like if I have alcohol, I'm just like I want to keep drinking alcohol till I'm done with the night. Like
I'm the monkey.
That's just how I respond.
Very concerned the whole time about how many calories are in this glass.
I haven't even thought of that tonight.
And
Although I probably should have.
Guarantee, because I've been thinking about this whole time. Because I guarantee
you drank so many calories tonight.
3,000 calories I've had just sitting here. Because first of all, I didn't have any fucking beer like an asshole. I should have went and bought some before this, anticipating.
Yes. It's a drug stream. How would you not do that?
Because I didn't think about it. I just thought that moonshine will be enough. I didn't know.
Originally, I was gonna send everybody one of these, but the shipping was a nightmare. like it was just absurd to ship everybody one of these.
Dude,
and I thought
I wouldn't have known that
when I opened this, and she's like, "Oh my God, there's like plastic on the top and everything." And I was like, "Yeah." I guess Kitty is running a real fucking moonshine business there in Georgia.
We run a couple of Etsy stores.
As well as the beer I'm drinking, because this is supposed to be a drug stream.
Kyle, I hate to discuss business on the show, but send me a bill and have PKA reimburse your expenses for this.
Yeah, I'll do that. Because I thought it was going to be like a couple bucks, but I think it ended up costing me like a good bit, maybe $150 or something like that.
PKA, the organization, would pay for that, not Kyle, the dude.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool.
What are you gonna do with this once it's out? Like, it smells great, and I got the moonshine off of it, but
it's a nom nom. You got to eat that shit.
No, I'm not.
It's absolutely like the fucking worm in the tequila bottle, right? You have to eat it. How it works? That's logic.
Cinnamon and just be like, oh man, this is a surprising flavor. I didn't know what cinnamon tasted like in abundance.
What does it taste like? What happens if you? What does it taste like? Chew it a little.
You fucker. Like, of course it tastes like fucking cinnamon. But
What do you think it tastes like? What kind of question is that?
It's just cinnamon will like burn your mouth and burn your.
It tastes like cinnamon. It tastes like cinnamon wood, and now I've spat it all over
Cinnamon
myself.
wood. See, that's descriptive. Like that says something to me beyond cinnamon. Cinnamon, the powder, will make you cough and like burn your tongue and.
So I think the first time you guys found my stream, I think I was doing a drunk stream. I think you were donating Woody to me when I was.
Actually, I probably was. I was probably advertising Woodycraft.
Yeah, you were, and I was misspelling it if I remember correctly.
But I always felt, dude. So I used to go into popular streams, and I'd drop like $5, $10, $15, and it would say like, "Hey, Woodycraft's the best multi-server in the multiverse." And to me, in my heart, it was always a win-win. Like I say a thing, you get some dollars, everyone loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, so you were on board with my thought process. I went to a Minecraft stream, had no idea this chick had her own Minecraft server. And I was like, Woodycraft's the best Minecraft server in the multiverse. And she's like, oh, we all know that the random unused server is the best in the multiverse. And I was like, I'm so sorry.
That's where all the cool kids are.
Yeah, I had never.
Well, if anybody actually wants to get into Minecraft, and I will tell you many things. I know a lot of people who know a lot of things about Minecraft. They will go to trumpyandminecraft.org. I'm sorry, it's trumpyandminecraft.biz. It is .biz now. But
yeah, I don't know who I even went to, but yeah, one time it burnt me. One time the girl was like, "Yeah, that was really rude," and I was like, "I didn't mean that at all. Like, I didn't realize she had a server. If I did, I wouldn't have done that."
I've done something similar. Like, like occasionally some like big name streamer, some streamer that I don't generally know, like is streaming Civ, and I'm always like sometimes I'll like look at my Civ stream and it will say like normally Civ streams like 500, 600, maybe 1,000 on like a Sunday afternoon. Yeah, it's not bad. That's 1,000 people watching Civ, right? And sometimes it'll be like 15,000. And it would be because some huge name streamer is out there playing Civ. And I've tried in the past. I've reached out and been like, hey, look, I've done it by private messages. I've done it by messaging their mods. I've done it by donating. And I'll be like, hey, look, I stream this shit for a living. I'd be very happy to do collaborations and teach you how to not be terrible at this, because they're universally terrible at this, right? Like that's just how it is. Like they're doing it for like a moment, and I've never had any success with that. And it just may be the model on that, right? Which is that
you've got a big following on Reddit. The guys on Reddit, on the Civ strategy subreddit, really all the Civ subreddits.
You should have told me about that. Civ strategy.
Yeah, I'm not telling you everything. Like even in the game when he's kicking my ass, I'm like, well, maybe if you built a road, you could use a lot of units at once. You just back them out.
Yep, man. I'll teach you this shit.
Yeah,
you'll beat Kyle 100%, guaranteed.
All right, I'm joining the game with Filthy. He's going to teach me the Kyle macros. Anyway, sorry. But
what was I saying? The subreddit. Yeah, the subreddit. Yeah, when it comes up on those subreddits, they're like, where should I watch? Where should I go? And there's usually someone who's like, look, here's how it is. And they always inevitably point them in your direction. Because your strategy, the tier ranking video obviously has 400,000 views or something like that.
It's really good. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty universally accepted as like the ranking list for Civ, which is crazy. Because I did it I started streaming Civ. I started doing this type of stuff on Civ because I was in graduate school, working for my PhD, and people were like, I started streaming just kind of like out of the fucking blue, and people were like, hey, could you do something could you put this on YouTube for us? And I'm like, yeah, okay, I guess I could put it on YouTube. And they're like, could you tell us how to do this? And I'm like, it seems really simple to me. Yes, I can tell you how to do it. And it worked out really well. Really well for that. It's weird. So I'm making a living off that now. It's crazy.
Yeah, I really enjoy the over-explained games because, I feel like I know 85-90% of what you know, but I don't always know why you're doing the things you do. Sometimes the things that I struggle with are late game stuff, the stuff that because you don't have as many repetitions in that. I haven't played as stealth bomber games. I haven't played as many XCOM games to know that I need Alhambra so I can get blitz on my XCOM so that I can take cities more efficiently. So that's just stuff that I'm That's the stuff that I learned day in, every day. Every time I watched one of those videos, I learned some little micronutrient of information that I didn't know before. That those games are so multifaceted and so fucking complicated that
the ego in me is super satisfied with that. I love the fact that I like teaching. Like, I taught for a living. That's part of my job as a PhD student, was I taught students, and that's one of the things I actually liked about PhD's profession, was I like teaching people. I'm glad that comes off that way, and I fucking hope I can do that for Zip 6 too. Because
I just want you to teach me how to beat Kyle.
I can do that. I'll teach you how to beat Kyle.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can.
It's not that
I don't
hard.
think you can.
I think you already
well,
has.
What does the track record show? Pull up the tape.
Oh, fuck. In that case, hold on. Let me get out of the frame.
One resounding victory for Taylor.
I'll say this. Remember how we had to restart the show, and that was my fault, and I'm really sorry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's why I'm nauseous right now.
I am so drunk right now.
Are you kidding me? You've had half a bottle of wine and like two sips of like
Half a bottle. It's more than half.
Filthy.
Quarters.
Woody does not drink, and quite frankly, let me be totally honest. My concern with this drinking episode was that Woody would not drink. Like you would go.
I'm never guilty
I don't
of
want
that.
to drink this. No, let me give you credit here. Let me give you. I'm complimenting. I thought the problem would be. I thought me and Kyle would get pretty drunk, and Woody would be like, "This is gross." Woody has proven me wrong in spades.
I told
tonight.
You would.
Proven me wrong. You did tell me.
I literally said
Woody has proven me wrong. Woody has stuck
things.
every step of the way. I've noticed multiple times where just out of knowing it's a drinking episode, Woody has taken a drink by himself, and that's exactly what this is supposed to be. You totally proved me wrong. You're drinking with the rest of us. I'm glad. And I can tell you are pretty drunk, and that's great.
I didn't realize I just got up to pee. And the walk over to the bathroom, I'm so drunk.
Woody, I want to say this. I want to say this clearly. I've done
because you probably thought you were okay, and then you stood up to walk, and you went, a new element has been added to my evening.
I've done so many drunk streams on Twitch, like where I've done alcohol for subscriptions or donations or money, whatever the fuck it boils down to, and that has always been one of the things that makes it bearable versus not bearable. Is I need to get up from time to time because your body sense, literally the feeling of your body as you stand up when you're fucking drunk versus not drunk, is so important to having any sense of how wasted you are. Yes. If you can't do that, if you just sit in a chair, my wife has done streams where like she's brought me shit. Those streams have ended disastrously because I have no fucking sense of how wasted I am because I'm not moving.
Dude,
the drinks arrive, I'll drink them.
I finished all of my my Chandon.
Shouldn't he have teched for that wonder? I mean, they're gonna get it out. They're gonna engineer it out from under him. I mean, He's got the engineering points. He's gonna take it, and you're just like, "Hey, here we go!"
Yeah, right.
That's the gigantic glass of wine. Probably like 2 glasses of wine worth in this thing.
The video, the
old bottle that was sitting in the fridge for 3 months.
It looks a little yellowy orange.
Yeah, because it's very old.
I'm gonna pee.
So
it wasn't one of those fancy cork bottles. It had a screw top. So air has been getting in willy-nilly.
I've been waiting. Like, I know this is a drunk stream, but you guys are clearly not avid drinkers. So I've been doing beer up till now, but I just switched to whiskey. So this is my first glass of, whiskey, which is...
What kind of whiskey is it?
This is Knob Creek, so it's 50% alcohol by volume. So
whiskey. I've had that before.
I feel like the PKA crew has answered this question in one form or another a million times. But for you, if you could go back in time and change one thing, what would you change?
That's hard, man. That's so hard. Like these type of questions, like if you could give it a lot of thought, you could give an awesome answer. If you're doing it off the top of your head, it's fucking less awesome.
So while you're thinking, like my typical answer on this is I've made a lot of bad choices, right? One of the biggest ones was bad grades in high school. And bad grades in high school led to eventually hitting like night school, and then that led to working really, really hard for like a decade, like a full-time job and then some during the day, and then night school at night and long commutes. And all that shaped me into a really hard worker, which had me achieve a lot of success through like my 30s and early 40s. which led to a really good place. And if I hadn't gotten bad grades in high school, I might have gone to a different school that led to a different wife. And I really liked the wife I picked. So a lot of my bad decisions led to...
Have turned out well.
And, so it's like, oh, I'd have just studied in high school. Then I've been on Easy Street. Well, who knows that Easy Street would have landed here, where I'm pretty happy to be. Anyway.
I think what you've described is why it's so fucking hard to answer that question, right? Because you can say these are things I didn't like in my life at the time, but the repercussions of those are so variable, and they're not based on your enjoyment of that fact, right? Like, okay, you went to night school, you probably weren't thrilled about the fact you're going to night school. You're at night school because you got bad grades and whatever. That night school shaped you in some positive way, and you don't fucking know. So I don't know, man. The answer to that, in some sense, like I said this early on the stream and early on this podcast and meant it. Like, if my wife hadn't been this, maybe it was in the lost episode, I don't fucking remember anymore now. But if my wife hadn't been so adamant about supporting me about streaming, I would never have quit graduate school for streaming. I wouldn't be here right now as a YouTuber and streamer. I would have just finished graduate school. Is that a positive or a negative? I don't know.
Time will tell.
I would have time will tell. I would have my PhD in psychology. I would be working in psychology. I love psychology. I love the aspects of that. But I don't know that I love it enough that I wish to do that for my life. I don't know. I like YouTubing. I like streaming. I enjoy the hell out of my life right now. Is that a positive or negative? I don't actually know at this stage. So I don't know how to answer that in the sense, like, it's a great question. It's a good question. I should think about that.
Someone paid $10 to ask this question.
Oh, okay. So we don't have to give a shit about it. This isn't your question. This is somebody else's. This is your Patreon subscribers. I don't have to answer this shit. Like,
hey, I have a question for you. I have a question. Sometimes I think about myself in the caregiver position, which I would describe as like a speech therapist, a physical therapist, or a psychologist. And while not trained in any of these things, my temperament is such that I'm a sprinter. Like, I'm awesome as a speech therapist, physical therapist, psychologist for a short period of time. But if I were to do it every day, all day, I'm a sprinter, dude. Like, I don't think I'd be good at it as a career. What do you think of that? How do you evaluate yourself if you were to be a psychologist with like a private practice?
Well, I mean, it's the most common misconception about psychology is that everybody's a clinical psychologist. What you're describing, a therapist, is a clinical psychologist. I was never a clinical psychologist.
I'm listening.
I'm a social psychologist. My spiel, my spick is research. So for me, like, when I was in graduate school, I researched human sexuality. That was my emphasis, was human sexuality. That's the type of shit I'm interested in. That's the type of shit I looked into. I don't ever want to be a clinical psychologist. I don't want to hear about your problems. I don't give a fuck about your problems. I'm not here to solve your problems.
Dude, that's the total opposite of why I got into psychology. Because I wanted to be someone who would listen to problems and try and solve it. And
for people listening, that was your first major, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taylor started as a psychology major. I don't know.
I finished as one with business as well.
Sorry, okay. grad or undergrad?
Undergrad.
Okay.
Undergrad, psych, and business. That's why I wanted to do it, is because I liked the clinical idea of kind of listening to someone's problems and then trying to help them out and see what you could do. Yeah, I kind of realized that as well about myself, is that I don't have enough patience to be adequate for that job, because really if you're not a very patient person, and you're just kind of doing a disservice to the people that you're trying to help, because you're just going to be trying to rush them to a conclusion that they otherwise wouldn't have come to. Yeah. So that's kind of how I felt about it. Like, I really liked the idea of doing it, and then when I learned more in like those upper level classes, which I'm sure were still miles below what you were doing, I kind of was like, oh goddamn, like I really don't know if my personality is something that would be conducive to that environment. Like, if I would be a good, like, nobody wants to come to me and be like, you know what, I'm having a lot of problems. Let's go talk to Taylor. He won't make fun of me.
Like, I was going to say, inserting snarky comments is one of your core competencies.
I was going to say that. It is. The great thing about Taylor is he is willing to add that to the conversation.
Yeah, my core competency is being, it sounds arrogant, but I'm very clever. I'm clever with certain things, and I'm quick-witted, and that is not what you want in a psychology environment. Because I guarantee, because there are lots of times that I think of jokes that in many situations, not just the podcast, that I know are wildly inappropriate to the situation, but I rationalize it by going, yeah, but everybody's gonna think it's funny. And so you say that, but that's not helpful to those people, and so it's
all
for
of
the
a sudden you
best
start
that I'm
mocking
not
some
in that
poor
field.
guy who's telling you about his mom walking in and seeing his micro penis, and then all of a sudden he blows his brains out that night. You're like, I thought it was a funny joke.
Yeah, I thought it was funny calling you, mommy's dick or whatever it was. Like I wouldn't, I couldn't do that.
In your early days, Taylor, did you see yourself being a clinical psychologist? Was that your original goal before you?
Did you know the distinction?
Self-actualized.
It was I did know the distinction. I did, like, my whole idea for getting into psych was like, all right, I really like helping people. I do like that, but
me too.
It turned out that making fun of people wildly supersedes my desire to help people, and so I know that is
I've known
not
for
a good
very long
environment.
time that I don't give a fuck about helping people. That's not my interest at all. Like, I like teaching, which is interesting.
You're transitively helping people.
Yeah, like teaching.
No. But teaching is different though, because for me, in my own way, when I teach someone how to do something, there's a few things that I'm really, really good at, and I can sit someone down and be like, look, here's how it works. Don't read anything. This is how it works. And in that moment, I think the reason I enjoy it is because of how it makes me feel more than, some sort of
could be that
altruistic, I love imparting knowledge upon the masses kind of thing. It makes me feel good to teach others, not just because I'm in this position of power where I'm showcasing my knowledge, but just the act of doing it, just the act of imparting that knowledge to them makes me feel good.
My wife and I are, I've always said this about our relationship, and I really like this about our relationship. We're complementary. We are not the same person, and if we were the same person, I would probably despise her, quite honestly. Like, I like myself, but I wouldn't want to be dating me. And, it works out that she cares about people. She's that element of our relationship. I don't give a fuck about people in general. I like teaching in some sense. Maybe from what you've said, it might be that it's based on, like, my enjoyment of that efficacy or something else. I don't fucking know, but like, that is not my motivation in general for people. It's not like, hey, I really care about this random person on the internet and I wish to make them better at life or better at Civ or whatever it happens to be. That is not my fucking motivation. So yeah, I hear you entirely on that. It's been an interesting thing for that. It's complimentary in the sense that she feels that a lot more than me. She cares about people much more greatly than I do in general. So it's been interesting to experience.
That's like I'm more similar to her then, because like what I wanted was to find someone like Wings, even like to find someone like that who's struggling with something and then like help them get through it.
Sorry, I don't know a lot about Wings. Are you saying similar in the sense that Wings wanted help or Wings wanted to help?
He needed help.
No, that Wings needed help, and he was someone like with his weight that like the fantasy, if that's the correct way to say it, was like helping someone like that and really getting them to succeed. And then even that might almost be like embedded in arrogance, because it's like you want to show like, yeah, look at this success clinic for me. Look at how much I fixed this guy, which I now realize I'm woefully inadequate in solving that, because I'm not like I'm a people person in that when I show up to a party, people really like that I'm there because I'm fun. Yeah. But I'm not a people person in that someone's like, you know what, I really have a lot of problems. Taylor's the guy to go to.
Yeah, that's
like,
funny.
No,
I don't want to be that go-to guy. I make efforts to distance myself from
that.
That's what I'm saying.
I like problems.
I often find myself as that guy that Taylor described. Like, I have a problem. I need to get Woody's advice. One thing that's changed is my subscribers have aged, right? So back when they were saying, hey, I'm stuck in the friend zone. Like, I don't know what to do about this. Well, those problems are easy, right? Like, you give it a go. If it doesn't work, you move on to someone else. Don't get, don't perseverate on just one girl. Now their problems are bigger. It's like career choices. It's things that aren't easily solved in 3 minutes. And I don't know what Taylor's mouthing. But
no, I was trying. That's a word I don't even know. I'm impressed.
Persephorate? No, yeah.
Persephorate.
It's to like.
Yeah, I mouthed it as well. I was like, persephorate.
Persephorate is when you like hyper focus on something, and anyway, so they hyper focus on this one girl, and now their problems are like, hey, I'm trying to choose a career for myself. I'm trying to work this out. I have problems that aren't like super easy to solve. And
that's scary, man.
It's harder to help.
Yeah, harder to help and scary as fuck because the repercussions get bigger. As the problems get bigger, the repercussions for you making the decision for them get bigger too.
I used to have this series called Mail Monday, right? And Mail Monday would be like 15-year-olds saying, hey, I'm having surgery on my crooked spine this weekend. I'm scared. Can you talk me through it? Like I said, friend zone, or I have a toxic friend, right? I have a friend who, when we're alone, who's really nice to me, and when we're in public, he's really mean to me. Like, how do you feel about that? And those other problems were super easy to solve. Now they're like, hey, bring back Mail Monday because I have a question about whether or not to get married, and it's like, whoa, your problems have gotten harder, bro.
Yeah, your problems are way more in depth.
My subscribers
that's such an interesting point. Like, I compared to you, Woody. Like, I mean to be. I don't want to blow smoke up your ass, but I don't think I am. Like, my channel is much smaller, so I have much less of these things than you do. So, but this no. I don't. I'm again, like, I'm not trying to blow smoke up anyone's ass. I think this is just how it is. But at the same time, like, there is a degree of that, right? Like, it's the fact that people are subscribing to your channel not because they necessarily like your content or because they want to be more of that, but they want your input on something. And the bigger your channel, the harder it is to get the input. And also, the more of that you get, the more diverse the fucking things you have to weigh in on it. And shit, I have no idea how you do that on some things. Like, on some things, it's like, this is life. Life is complicated. There is no actual answer for this. There's no great answer for this. How the fuck do you answer? Well, okay, my you were talking about this earlier today. Like, you're like, there was a person who said, I had a friends with benefit. I got her pregnant. She doesn't want to get an abortion. Or
that's a lot harder than do I build my shrine first or my granary first?
Yes, it is, right? Like, you can answer granary versus shrine.
Your Pantheon, bro. What are you thinking? Like, it's not like that.
Wait, real quick before we move on. It's shrine, right?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't even know the answer.
And that's what I've been doing, and I want to make sure that's right. Anyway, continue.
I will fix your early game sip. You just contact me, man.
I mean, you should really be contacting Kyle as giving him tips on how to combat my ferocious assault that comes in early. We start wars in 400 BC, and we don't make peace. We have eon-long battles.
If you want help, you contact me. I'll help you with dealing with Taylor.
Can I bring up a new topic?
Dude, the risky thing about me and Civ is I don't know enough that you can predict me. You have no idea what I'm going to do.
That's how I play poker. Can I bring up a new topic?
Yeah.
What is this is another $10 Patreon question if you'd like to ask questions. Anyway, what's the coolest story behind something you own?
Coolest story?
The coolest story.
Okay.
I bought this is in the past, but when I was 16, I was still I'm 25. I'm still in the midst of this. My Lord of the Rings obsession that they made 500 replica Witch King helmets. The Witch King. The Witch King was the Lord of the Nazgul. If you don't know who they are, they had.
Decided you haven't seen before, Taylor.
I could list some of the Nazgul right now, but they had this. The Witch King had this giant helm that you'll see in the movies
the Witch King of Angmar.
The Witch King of Angmar. Yes.
Oh, okay.
The Witch King of Angmar, and he had this giant helmet, and I bought it, and it was something that I had it bought for me rather. And when you put it on, it was heavy. Like, it was fucking heavy. It was something that only a mighty man could wear while he was fighting. And I went to college, didn't think about it. I just thought, when I go home, my Witch King of Angmar helm will still be on its display case above my bed, because that's where it was. When I slept in my big bed, I had a queen size bed, and it had a big kind of armoire style thing around it, and it had a big shelf behind the bed, and I had my Witch King of Angmar head right there. And I was like, all right, I don't need to bring that to college. I don't want to turn off the girls right away. I'll slowly introduce them to my Lord of the Rings obsession.
I can just imagine you like bringing the girl back to your dorm room, be like you like put it on and be like,
I'm the Witch King.
She's like, I think I should grab my pepper spray really discreetly right now.
But that was basically it. I had that helmet. I went to college. I came back. I didn't. If it happened before this, I didn't notice it. But I came back that winter break, my freshman year, and I went into my room and I looked up there and I didn't really think of anything of it. I wasn't looking for it, and slept a couple nights before I realized, like, man, like,
where's the
I
Witch
had
King?
something over here. I had a Witch King helmet. Yeah, where the hell is my Witch King of Angmar helmet?
I'm like the Witch King.
And so I went and asked my younger brother and was like, where is my Witch King helmet? You dick. You know where it is, asshole. And he was like, oh, yeah, my friend was playing with that. I don't know where it is. Maybe in your closet. And I was like, maybe in my closet. Okay. So I go back. I checked my closet. I find my Witch King of Angmar, one of 500. This isn't one of those bullshit, like, oh, we'll make a new one, like, and call it one of 500 every 2 months to trick idiots into buying it. This was an actual one of 500 because there are very few people willing to pay $700 for a Witch King helmet. And so I got it. I had it there. I went into that closet and I was honestly like distraught when I saw it sitting there, totally broken, totally ruined. All the spines that came out of it, obviously it's some kind of plaster. Yeah, the big ones are on the head. It's made of some kind of plaster, but inside it's just a metal bar holding that up, holding that little bit of plaster up. And like the 3 inches between the tip and the bottom part of every single helmet spike was broken off. So it was just a metal bar going from the helmet ring up into like a weak little pinnacle at the top. And I was honestly so fucking upset by that I don't think I talked to anyone in my family for a day or two because I was like, how could you have let this happen? You know that I love Lord of the Rings and that this was my favorite Lord of the Rings possession. Fuck the Gimli axe and all that. This is my Lord of the Rings obsession. And they let it go by the wayside and they ruined it. And oh my God, even thinking about this pisses me off because I wish I still fucking had this. This is something that could have lasted. It could have lasted. Like, I could have given it to my grandkids and said, "Hey,
you could put it on right now
to be autistic in the future. Wear this." Like,
do you have it right now? Does it exist in your apartment?
No, it's thrown away years ago because it was ruined to the point of no repair. Like there was no way to fix it. It was completely ruined.
Your story beats mine, I think.
There were chin spines, and they were totally broken and bent to the side, like someone dropped it harshly. Not even dropped it, like said "fuck this" and threw it down. But I don't ever know what actually happened to it or who broke it. But goddamn, that Witch helmet was dope.
So I got this guy, of course, from what's that game? He's from that game.
What's that game? You know, the one, guns and the like.
They're on an island, and that's the bad guy right there.
Oh,
he's got a mohawk.
Yeah.
It starts with an F. So you
Cry.
figure that out. Far Cry. Yeah, that's the Far Cry guy. I had him made. The makeup artist who did the work on his get him over here. The makeup artist who did all the work to his face was one of the Walking Dead makeup artists. They film here in Atlanta, so I was able to get him. And he did all this by hand. This is not how we really bought this at all. Nice. This was a plain Jane store mannequin, and everything all the skin tone, everything was painted on by hand, like airbrushed on there to look exactly like the guy. I mean, his necklace and like bandana, and wardrobe, and everything matches. And then
what is it?
There we go. I got a few rare guns, but there aren't any cool stories on them. But this other guy was a bad guy in what was that video game? A different video game. Let me grab Zorgon over here.
Zorgon? Is that an actual video game?
I'm afraid I'm gonna get sick.
No. Oh, you are. Oh man.
If you drink more wine, it will fix it.
If you drink a little more wine, your body will go, we're fine. And then after the show, you'll go, I need release. You know.
I hope
That's crazy. I'm not even anywhere near that point. I'm just very burpy from this fucking champagne.
So Zorgon here has.
This is like a Tuesday night. Like,
so Zorgon here has a full skeleton. He's some sort of like flesh-like foam in construction, and he looks just like the bad guys from the game. I don't remember what game. I don't know. They had this guy strapped on the Staples Center during E3 about 5 years ago. Like he was literally strapped to the exterior of the Staples Center. And I talked to the makers of the game, and I was like, I want those. I want 3 or 4 of those. And they were like, yeah, we make that happen. And they literally mailed this guy and 3 more of his compatriots to my house, like all wrapped up. Apparently these cost like $5,000 to make because of the inner skeleton and the detail and the molding process. But Zorgon here's been with me ever since. I told them that I wanted him to dissect to understand his inner workings, but in fact, I wanted to keep him forever. So here he is.
That definitely looks like a bad guy from Doom, right?
It's not Doom.
No?
No, I don't remember the game. I really don't.
It looks really cool, though. I'm happy you have that upsetting mannequin.
Can I go next?
He's terrifying. I'm done.
He is.
So
everybody here, let's have a drink. Everybody have a drink.
Bottoms up.
This is the bullshit 4-month-old wine.
Yep. Next time, Chiz wants to do a fucking drunk stream, you guys let me know ahead of time, and we'll make it.
Woody just has a sip of water, like fuck this.
That was wine. This is wine.
Oh, it was.
And
yeah.
This is water, but I am really worried.
I saw Jackie come in there and kind of give you a look, and you just were like, "It's fine."
I'm just like, we are where we are. We gotta make a living, bitch.
Yeah.
So...
Woody, I think the first time he donated to me, I was doing it.
Oh, are you gonna get drunk on the internet, Jackie?
I would often do 16 or 18 shots for this. And you're on about 5 shots.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, right around there. I mean, I don't want.
I
definitely don't want 18 shots worth of alcohol.
No one wants 18 shots. No one wants that. It's not.
Oh, I thought you were saying that would be a good drinking episode.
It was, but I don't think I'd ever want to do that again. Like in the sense that was what the stick was, right? Like, and we had some pretty brutal nights like that, and some pretty brutal evenings like that. But
my wife has taken the alcohol away. She just came in and claimed all of it. It's probably for the best. I really tried.
I'm quite drunk. My face is numb. I don't know. My lips are numb.
Holy shit! What are we drinking? All right, next time I want whatever you're drinking. I want it next time because it's not reasonable.
I have to take a breathalyzer test in a second. I think this will be my last one ish. But one moment, please. Alright, let's see. This thing is bullshit. It never gives me scores that I'm proud of.
Go drive. You're fine.
You can drive your kids.
Yeah, it literally says I could go driving right now. If I were to drive right now, I would kill multiple people. I promise you.
Instead of doing
don't drive too fast.
Instead of doing that, Kyle, tell me more.
Definitely use an Uber.
Oh,
We've all taken jobs to earn extra cash back in the day. I guess this wants me to lie. Back in the day, I please talk about your own experiences earning extra money. Come on, I've got a better way that you can earn extra money on the side. It's so much easier today thanks to Uber. Uber's the ultimate side hustle. Driving with Uber is a new way to earn extra cash whenever you want. And it's not just another job. It's a totally flexible way to earn. You can turn it off and on just like your car. If you're driving right now, you should be earning right now. Start being your own boss today. Every day is a payday when you drive with Uber because you can cash out anytime with Instant Pay. With access to Instant Pay, cash out your earnings up to 5 times a day with no minimum amount required. Listen, if you enjoy earning extra cash, if there's something special you'd like to buy, your car can start making you money. So go ahead, get your side hustle on, sign up to drive with Uber today. Go to uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now, and sign up today. Earn some extra cash driving for Uber.
That's interesting. They had us advertise for drivers, not passengers.
Yeah, they got plenty of passengers.
Yeah.
They have a ton of. Have you guys ever used Uber?
Yeah,
I have.
Yeah, I don't.
You all have?
It was a good
like
experience. We just asked for an Uber on our cell phone, and then they showed up where we were, and they took us to where we wanted to go.
And they were way more polite than a taxi driver.
we got a Ubered. We were at a Lagunitas brewery, and the floor manager, we were like, we have to go pretty soon. We need to get a cab, and he's like, oh, I'll order you an Uber. And like, we didn't know that meant he was paying for it. We got paid for by the fucking company to leave that, and they ordered us an Uber. It's great.
It sounds lazy, but we parked at the top of a really high hill. If you go to, where's Machinima? What town is that in? Hollywood? Is Machinima in Hollywood?
I think it was Hollywood. Yeah, I want to say it's Hollywood.
Whatever. If you go there, it's way more hilly than you might expect from a city. And we parked like 600 vertical feet up or something. Walked down to Machinima because it was really busy and crowded and stuff. And we were faced with the decision to either walk back to the car, which was something like mountain climbing, and or taking an Uber. And I was with X-Jaws, and he's like, "Oh, so order an Uber." And they took us back up to our car, and it was glorious. It was way better than walking.
Yeah.
I got an Uber from downtown St. Louis after I woke up at a friend's place after we were going out to bars the night before, and got a ride to my place, which is maybe 12 miles or something. I don't know exactly. It was $8.60-something, and the guy dropped me off in his BMW X5, like the small SUV kind, and was super polite, older, white-haired, white guy. And I was like, "Hey, can I tip you on the app?" And he was like, "No, we only do cash tips." And I was like, "Well, I don't have any cash, so goodbye." You know, like that was great though. Uber, my 1 out of 1 experiences have been excellent.
I've enjoyed Uber too.
Yeah, I usually get an Uber, or if the situation allows, that they've just got a driver, which is usually a nice guy anyway. So I don't know. I like Uber a lot.
I like Uber, the business model. I like that it enables lots of people to be self-employed. I like that, like it crowdsources employees. I think that's kind of a cool thing. And that's kind of what they're advertising on our show. Like, hey, if you've got a reliable car, you can do a side hustle. Like, you can just start working. And the way Uber works is there's like a supply and demand thing. So if you work, like, I'll make a thing up, like Tuesday afternoon, then it might not be great. But if you're willing to work on New Year's Eve when other people aren't, then you get like a really high rate. And I don't know,
it's all surge pricing. So just like you said, if you use it at a time that nobody's asking, you get it super cheap, like that Sunday morning that I used it. If you use it, I don't know, Saturday night, it's going to be really expensive, but they're still going to be probably cheaper and nicer to you than a taxi.
That's the time when, if you're a driver, you want to go. So I knew someone who drove in East Atlanta, and there's a lot of bars in East Atlanta, and it's just on any given night, like at night, there's just so much foot traffic. It's just tons and tons of people going to tons and tons of bars in a really condensed area. So that's when you want to work. You want to be making those short, expensive trips from the bar to people's apartments and stuff like that on those drinking nights, or on like New Year's Eve or sometime like that when there's lots of people out drinking, lots of people needing those rides.
No, I lied. I've used Uber twice.
Oh my God.
Maybe 3 or 4 times if I was blackout, the other 2. But at least 2 that I remember, where one was a morning after that just this 2 weekends ago, it's last weekend. Me and a few of my friends got hammered downtown and then stayed at his place downtown. And then the next morning, a few of us got up and we had to get in an Uber to drive back to all of our assorted cars around the city, which fucking sucks. And the guy was like, oh yeah, we asked him like, oh, you're up early, like do an Uber, you know, it's like 8 a.m. You're already doing it. And he was like, yeah, I just haven't stopped since last night. And that is not what you want to hear your driver say.
I had the same thing.
Bullshit.
You don't want to hear.
Bullshit, Taylor. I think like that's exactly what you want to hear your driver saying. You want to hear your driver clearing with you exactly what he's doing. The guy's like, yeah, man, I get up every day at 8 a.m. to drive you fucking dumbass drunks around at 6 a.m.
But he didn't get
that
up.
That guy's lying to you. The guy
just
says like, he's like, I've been up since 2 a.m. last morning, shipping you fuckers around. Okay. At least you know what he's coming from.
That's true. I was also so dehydrated at that point that I just was like, can we just go to a gas station and I can buy a water?
Yeah, right.
Please go to a gas station and let me buy some fucking water. I'll pay $4 for the bottle. I don't care. Like,
it's a neat new world. Like, so what I value, and we sort of covered this earlier, is owning my time. Right? There's nothing I'd rather have than owning my time, and like the traditional business model of employment involves people working from 9 to 5, like being kind of, what I think of as like cube cages and stuff. With companies like Uber, like if you wanted to, you could just work when you want to. You could work when it's best, at peak hours, or you could work when you feel like it. You could do whatever. I think it's a neat, like Uber's not the only game in town. Like there's Amazon deliveries. I think that's either a thing or going to be a thing where they like take like the last mile of UPS and bring it to the next thing. I don't know. Uber in that world, I think it's a neat advancement in what's going on.
Yeah, definitely. I'm so burpy from that goddamn champagne.
That sucks, man. That sucks.
Oh.
Yeah,
It's totally predictable.
I wish that I had drank like a pitcher of beer instead.
You know what? When we do this again,
right.
Let's get a bunch of like Bud Light and drink that. No, because we'll be pissing constantly.
Yeah.
This is a 4-hour show.
Pick something that's reasonable for 4 hours of drink.
Kit.
Like, it's not hard.
All right, well, let's all have
really.
So,
Kyle's best effort was not the best choice.
No, I really liked Kyle's best effort. I really liked
it too.
That. Kyle, you want to have another shot of
I think I'm all good over here.
Yeah, seriously.
Let's all do.
I had an extra shot when nobody was doing anything at all, and
I've had several of those.
Let's all give a blow, and whoever's the lowest has to drink another drink. Want to do that?
If it's me, then I can't help you because Jackie took all my alcohol away in an effort to be a nice person.
Jackie took it all away.
She did.
All right, I'm at 3 seconds. Quick update, I'm at 1 second. About to start.
Next time, give me some heads up. I'll buy a fucking breathalyzer.
They're kind of expensive. I
know, $75.
Yeah.
Give me more than a day's head up, and I'd do it.
Kyle, hold it up. Wow, Kyle's the lowest. I'm so glad it's not me.
He's the lowest?
I don't feel the lowest.
0.155 for this gent. So Kyle, that's all you, buddy. I'll drink with you.
I love it. The highest and lowest are drinking. Hey, I'll have some water.
I'll join too. Good deal, ladies.
Oh, that was not fun.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I next time you guys want to do a drinking stream, please reach out. Talk to people who've done it before. Like, seriously, this is...
I feel like you're degrading my drinking stream abilities. Like you're putting me down. I'm clearly a master of the drinking stream.
If you pass out on like drink like number 2, and it's like drink number 2 is 15% alcohol by volume, and you're drinking like that with 5 other people, I just I don't want to shit on you, but I just want to say, if you want to reach out to someone who's done this before, please do so. I don't want to shit on you, man.
See, it's hard to keep things going correctly because a couple of us don't like alcohol.
Yeah,
and it's a drinking episode where you drink alcohol, and it's just,
if you want to
come out well.
If you choose for yourselves that you want to do a drinking episode, you might have to deal with alcohol. I don't want to be the person to push this on you.
I've watched multiple periods through both the previous hour and a half that we didn't get and this current episode where both Kyle and Woody have sat back for a while and clearly been thinking, "Oh, I am drunk."
When I went to pee, I just went and peed outside. Like I just went and walked to the basement door and fucking pissed out the door. And I was standing there like I would lean really far back and they'd be like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, back forward." And then like I'm doing this back and forth out there. But I just don't drink very much anymore. So what I've had has me has me pretty tipsy over here.
Yeah.
But I think it's been pretty fun.
It has. Tomorrow morning's not going to be great.
It won't bother me a bit. Like I won't even know. Like it'll be like any other morning.
What the fuck are you talking about?
When is your
Oh my god, that's so not true for me. I'm going to be so hurting.
Okay, I'm laughing at the alcohol tolerance of you guys. Like, no offense. It's not
Fair
like
enough,
I'm not holding you. I'm not being like you are shiptards for this.
You're
I'm
not
just chiding
us. Yeah.
No, I'm not chiding you. I'm just amused at it. But I can't imagine simultaneously being like, I can't drink this because I'm too drunk, but tomorrow I'll be fine. That makes no fucking sense.
I
to me
never
at all.
get a hangover the next day. Like there was a time
Seriously?
when I drink a lot. Yeah, never. There was a time when I drank a lot. People like to buy me drinks, so if I travel and go to an event or something, then like it's hard not to get like really shit.
Wander around with his hands out.
Look at Woody walking around with his hands like this, like he's like he's a trapezeman.
I have drank gallons more liquor, I think, than Woody has. Woody's tolerance is on a completely another level than mine, even. But like I just don't drink anymore. I don't care for it. I don't enjoy being drunk. So I find other ways to have a good time. But just I don't know how much I've had to drink tonight. It's not a large amount. But there was a time when I can remember drinking 13, 15 shots in an evening over the course of 3 or 4 hours, and just handling that fairly well as long as I'd had a big meal. But I can also get out of hand and start vomiting and just ruin the night for myself. So I just stopped drinking a couple years ago.
It's a razor's edge, yeah.
It's a real razor's edge for me when you don't have that control.
I had a big meal tonight for lunch and dinner specifically to prepare for this. I don't know what the fuck you guys would be doing.
Yeah, I did.
What'd you have? Everyone stop. Why do we all stop? What were you waiting on?
I asked, what'd you have to eat?
Pasta for dinner and fucking curry for lunch.
What kind of curry?
Microwave fucking Amy's curry.
I like Penang curry.
There is a level of buzz that I can achieve and then not have a hangover the next day. I have surpassed that level of buzz.
Kyle said something very similar. He was saying he'd be fine tomorrow. Fuck this guy. Make him drink some more alcohol. He should be fine tomorrow. I'm not gonna be fine tomorrow.
I like how drunk Woody talks. Like every word is deliberate and purposeful.
The problem is that like I don't know how much I have to drink for the next day to be bad. I've drank so much that I spent like 3 or 4 hours in the middle of the night vomiting. Like literally slept in the bathroom. But when I wake up the next day, I'm good.
That's funny.
Like I just don't get like a hangover.
That's true.
I've never when I get really upset with myself, alcohol-wise. Like my body just doesn't do that. My whole fucking chemistry for my family is like on board, stays on board.
I was in Austin, Texas one night. I was in Austin, Texas, and I bought this hotel room. Me and my buddy split it. I don't remember how much it was, but it was $700 each or something like that, $800 each or something. We bought this whole like Baron's suite in the Kildorf Hotel in Austin or something like that. It's like the whole first floor or something like that. It's this massive room. There's a dining table that you could seat like a Game of Thrones audience at, and like 3 or 4 bedrooms, and like each bathroom was decked out with like a shower with digital controls and a sauna and a tub and all that stuff. I didn't get to enjoy any of that shit because I spent the entire night vomiting. I slept in that nice bathroom instead of my giant 4-poster bed with 15-foot tall cathedral ceilings. I slept in that goddamn bathroom with imagine this. The toilet's in front of me. I got a leg on the right side, a leg on the left side, sitting on the floor, and I recline back with a pillow on my head, against the shower window, walls. And every time I have to vomit, I just do a sit-up. Vomit, and then back into sleeping position. And that's how the night went.
Right now, as you're telling the story, I'm super grateful for my tile floors Because I'm 80% sure that they're going to be cooling me off as I vomit in the toilet tonight.
Just to be really clear.
You think you're gonna vomit?
All y'all wanted to do this tonight, right?
No,
Yeah,
I
none of us
didn't want
wanted to
this
do
at all.
No. Who pushed you into this? Chiz?
No,
These
this is
two
my idea.
people
No,
on the
this-
screen, these guys, they make me do it, and the subscribers and stuff, and I'm so glad my tile is cool.
You know,
What are you talking about? How cool those tiles are going to be as he lays around vomiting later.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking forward to right now. Is I can't wait to get this poison out of me.
Oh.
Oh.
I
Yeah.
don't
Sorry,
like.
go ahead.
I don't like. It's on the inside. I'm not gonna vomit though. I'm perfectly fine. After we wrap up here, I'm gonna go upstairs and like get a soda and some like jalapeno cheese bread or something. And
Jalapeno cheese
Are you
bread.
making-
I would
are you
not
making
eat
your
that.
I took an antacid before all of this, like one of those like Zantac 125s or something, like a really powerful.
Prilosec.
Yeah, Prilosec, something like that, because I knew that like what we're drinking is so acidic and like nasty that it could sour my stomach and compound.
I've got
it.
about 600 Tums on call.
I have an AMA question. You guys ready for this? Someone paid $10.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
ready.
All right.
Stay in that position while you read it.
It's so far.
I'm
right?
just gonna go to bed. Clearly,
I feel like
Deal
I
with this
need my
shit,
glasses.
I'm just gonna go to sleep normally.
All right,
Just
AMA
FYI.
career question. Hey guys, I just turned 20 and I was wondering if my career path is a waste of time. I studied graphic design and I want to work in a marketing/social media type of job. At my current job, I have a side project of making YouTube video tutorials for our products. And I want to do stuff like that and branding, but my younger brother is going into computer science. I know that STEM fields make a lot of money. Do you think that graphic design and marketing is a viable choice or something that will be replaced easily by automation and foreign workers?
You don't
Well,
automate that.
They
Not a
won't be able
chance.
to ever replace marketing with a
If
robot
you have a-
because
it-
marketing has to do with consumer behavior. Because it used to just be demographics. It used
And
to just be,
creativity.
we need to reach out to the blacks between ages of 20 and 42. Like that's how it used to be.
The
Now
blacks
it's all
is racist.
I'm just saying what they would say
Is it?
back then.
I don't think
I
it
was
is.
actually giving credit to people back then that they wouldn't say something else. But what I'm saying is that
Go to that
with
prison. that's where they
marketing,
are.
it's behavioral now, not demographic based. And so I'm sure there's some deep analytics you can do that would determine behavior and whatnot, but probably nothing as reliable as having a human in charge. And that's how it's going to be because demographic marketing doesn't work half as well.
Well, it's not just
as
about that. It's
behavioral
about the
marketing
creativity
now that the
involved,
internet is
right?
around.
It's about
I'm
the
sorry?
creativity involved as well, right? Because even if you had some sort of software, some program, some AI who could like determine what people were looking for or what the best ad campaign would be for a certain thing, you still need that creative human being to like put it into action, to design it, to make it look the way it looks, to make it work. So sounds like the career you're in is one that isn't easily replaced, isn't easily automated. So it seems to me from the outside looking in, I don't know where you're working or who you're working with. I don't know if you're making tutorials that are getting 10 views or if you're working for a major corporation and every time you make one of these tutorials, not only is it getting 10,000 views on YouTube, but it's going out on a DVD with every product that's released and like you're getting, hundreds of thousands of views. Everybody's learning from you how to use their product from you. I don't know if that's the case or if you're working for some small bullshit product and 10 views per video and you're making minimum wage. I don't know. But if you're somewhere in between, that sounds like a good idea. Whereas STEM fields are pretty heavy on the educational side. So if you're not prepared for that, it sounds like you're ripping and ready to go with this advertising thing that you've already got. And your question is, should I drop everything and put in the infrastructure, all the work, time, effort, the foundation that's required for a STEM career? Sounds to me like advertising is the way to go for you. If you wanted to go STEM, you probably should have started when your brother did.
Yeah, if you want to go STEM to like an actually immediately paying off career, that's what you should do. Like if I could give anyone advice in college, get out of that English lit major, get out of that underwater basket weaving, get into engineering, get into accounting. Do not
100%
go
behind
into law. because so many people go into law, and the law field is super saturated right now, meaning that a lot of people spend a huge amount of money getting a law degree, and then they end up performing the duties of a paralegal for years because there's just not enough work to go around in that field. But yeah, I would say if you're into advertising, if you like marketing, if you like those fields, stick with it. And a lot of it just has to do with self-motivation. Like, what are you into? If you enjoy that, stick with it. If not, find something else.
I'll weigh in. And I'm a little drunk, so I hope you get getting your Patreon value. But it seems like there's this spectrum of, like, how much a job sucks and how much it's worth. Like, you can earn a decent amount of money doing roofing. But that job really sucks. Like, we all kind of understand that hammering nails into roofing shingles is a sucky job. You have to lift heavy things and you have to work in the heat. And then, for whatever reason, graphic design doesn't pay well. It doesn't. Like I feel like this is universal.
It's a saturated market. There's a lot of people offering that service.
You think?
Yeah.
Really? Have you guys bought like an emote recently on YouTube or something like that? I don't feel like that's a saturated market at all. I feel like right now, graphic design makes a shit ton of money.
Professionally, it is. Maybe if you're getting stuff on YouTube, then no. But as far as professionalism, like usually per city, there's a couple of firms that you trust to do it, and that's just who they go with. And so unless you're hired by one of those firms, you're kind of shit out of luck because independently, nobody's going to be like, hey, I'm going to go with Tim Watson's graphic design as opposed to, Colby Digital or whatever the fuck the name is.
Gotcha. I'm with Taylor. I feel like it's generally accepted that knowing Photoshop and having an eye for design isn't a highly paid skill. It sucks. I wish it was, but it's not. But you might really love it. And you would be on that end of the spectrum where you love what you do, but you're not highly rewarded for it. And most computer guys, I feel like, at least over time, stop loving what they do or don't love what they do, but they're highly rewarded for it. And you have to ask yourself where you want to be on that spectrum. Do you want to hammer roofing nails? Do you want to write code? Or do you want to do graphic design? Maybe something you have a passion for, but you're not highly rewarded for it. If you want to make a lot of money, it helps to be self-employed. Like, that's the key. If you're not self-employed, you're typically making someone else's dream come true. And I don't know, some level of self-employment. It doesn't have to necessarily be self-employment. It could be being a salesman and working on a commission. It could be, like I said, legit straight up self-employment. But some level of like being rewarded as a percentage for your own efforts works out typically really well for compensation compared to a salary job. So, I don't know. We started on this with, should I keep going in this graphic design? Yeah, if it's your passion, I guess do that. But find a way that that you can be the guy that gets the bulk of the spoils.
Also, differentiate yourself. Make it so that you're not just the guy that comes up with a good picture. Because usually what people in graphic design end up doing is a consumer products company or someone will approach them and say, hey, we're releasing this lip balm next August. We need a good redesign for it, and we need to include all of these selling points, because basically you can't just make a package look pretty and expect it to sell. You have to do what the market demands and do something that will titillate the market you're going for. And so don't just become good at that. Become good at being constructive in the marketing process, to where if someone says, hey, I want to make this lip balm, this Burt's Bees or whatever, you don't just say, okay, yeah, tell me what to do and I'll do it. You say, okay, tell me what to do and I will do it, but you also come up with your own thing. And you show something that's a little bit different than what they showed, because that's how marketing departments work. You'll send something back and they may go, oh, wow, we didn't anticipate this word looking so good in this position, or this phrasing happening so well on this on the label, and we really like that. And so really differentiate yourself. Show that you're not just someone who can make a design, but also someone who can contribute in a way to the marketing process. But at the same time, don't be one of those artists who's like, I need 7 bees on the Burt's Beeswax label that I made, and I just won't move if you guys decide against it. Like, you have to be malleable as well, because generally, if someone from marketing at the company you're making a design for tells you, hey, this isn't what we need, these aren't the words we need highlighted, they're telling you the truth, and they know more than you. So know when to back off and know when to accelerate your own creativity, because there are a lot of products out there that you will be doing graphic design for, because a lot of graphic designers do work in consumer products. Work on that. Get good at coming up with creative ideas, but also know when to back off and just to do exactly the marketing department of that said company tells you to do. Maybe that doesn't make sense because I'm drunk.
No, but it does.
Maybe it does.
It's funny. I'm sitting here admiring your legit real world experience in marketing. Like, I forgot.
I do know a lot about that industry. I work in it intensely.
I've been on the customer side of it, where like I'll say, hey, look, I want this, and they'll be like, okay, tell me exactly what you want. Lay it all out from beginning to end. And I say, you know what, bro? I suck at this. That's why I hired you. If I could lay this all out, then okay, we did this at Woodycraft, right? So at Woodycraft, we had these ranks you could buy, but Woodycraft was unique in that we had a lot of games. And when you bought a rank, you got a lot of stuff. So much fucking stuff that we had a hard time telling it to you, right? How would you deal with it if you said, all right, when you buy a rank, I'm making up a thing, like Immortal at Woodycraft, you get 730 things. How do I tell you what things you get? And so, we go to a designer and we say, look, here's the problem we have. You get so much fucking stuff at this rank, at this level, that we don't even know how to explain it all to people. And then he came up with this idea. There were tabs. It was a GUI, included all the previous levels, etc. And he did it well. But when we hired less experienced, so I'll consider like less professional people, they were like, oh, just tell me what you want it to look like, and then I'll make it look like that. And I'm like, I don't really know. Like, I don't know.
They don't have the creativity.
Yeah. And neither did I.
That's where. So I think you and I are similar in this regard. Like there's a lot of things that come up, and it's like, I need this. And there are people who do this, but can I figure this out right now in the next couple hours and just do it myself without hiring that guy? And we can many, many times. We can watch a few YouTube tutorials and we can learn Photoshop. We can watch a few YouTube tutorials and we can learn a lens technique or something like that. And then we can do it. But when it's creativity, when we need the guy who knows which drapes go with that paint, I can't learn that. I need to rely on your expertise, and that's what you're really paying for, more than just his technical proficiency. You're paying for the creativity part of his brain, that's what I don't have in many regards. Like I can think of something cool to do, but I couldn't figure out how to put that GUI together and how to display that information in a clean cut fashion.
To what Kyle's saying, even just as important as what he's saying, sometimes you will be conscripted onto a job that says, we need your creativity here. Other times, you will be brought onto a job, at least in consumer products, because that's my expertise, that a company will say, hey, this is our Burt's Bees lip balm, and we want you to mention that it's 3 times as moisturizing as whatever the fuck. We want you to mention that this is a thing. We want you to mention that this is a feature. We want you to mention that this. And then you take that and you make it into a formulative kind of architecture, and you send them back that graphic and whatnot. So it's really, as tautological as it is, you have to know when the customer wants what Kyle says, which is, we want your creativity, we want that added, we want that value. And you also have to know when you are out of your element and you are promoting a product, say, that the marketing of that company knows way more about than you, and you just need to back the fuck off and do what they say. Because most of the time, graphic designers think that pretty products sell, and they don't. Because people have this problem with marketing where, like, a thing with companies is, if I walk into an accounting department, I never go, hey, you know what you should do? You should do accounting this way. Like, you don't do that. With marketing, everybody thinks that it's just intuitive. Like, hey, everybody likes this. Too.
You encounter that in a psychology PhD. Is everyone thinks they're like a fucking psychologist. Everyone thinks they understand that because that stuff they.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
that's
true in YouTube
right,
too.
Philby.
There are a million people telling me that because they watch YouTube videos, they know what I should do with my YouTube channel. Yeah. And
they don't know shit, but they think they know shit.
Yeah, they say, "Hey, look, like Woody, you should go back to COD." Like that's something I hear a lot, and they might be right. But it's also true that COD is a game that is really cool, has come and gone, right? Its peak sales were years ago, and the things that I did in COD, like Mail Monday advice, like that is past. Whatever, people think they're experts in things because they're consumers, and consumers aren't necessarily experts, even though they know what they want personally. They're not experts.
They
in what
don't
the market
know what they
needs.
want for everyone. Exactly right. Like consumers. Everyone's an expert in marketing, and the first rule of marketing is don't use yourself. Don't use yourself as an example ever. Always use statistics, data, see what people actually do, because it's very easy to say, "Oh, I really like Burt's Bees. If it were a green tube instead of a tan one, oh man, people would love that." Like you can't go off that kind of stuff. You have to go on what the data shows, and that's how marketing has changed. Is that it's no longer based on the Don Draper marketing of, oh, just say that the Lucky Strike tobacco is toasted. Like that was honestly back when advertising was like, fuck it, let's see what we can do. There's no internet and analytical collection. Let's just see what fucking works. Now it's so much of a science that you really can't go off of what any individual person says. And so even if that person is, going back to the question, the designer, you have to be able to differentiate what you want to do as what you see the product as in the end game, or at least the product design, compared to what the marketing team of that individual company wants, which is what's ultimately important, because that's your client. And those are the people who know exactly what will actually sell the product. A lot of people are typing, and now I'm the only one talking. And I feel like I need to keep talking, because otherwise everyone's just typing, and that's not for a good radio show. So, regardless.
I think I'm on the edge of like sickness.
Really?
Yeah. There was a point, maybe just 15 minutes ago, where I was like, do I need to run to the toilet? Do I need to run? No. I think you can stick this out. So
let's see where we're all at.
I swear I feel like I don't know if I'm saying it's inaccurate.
I'm gonna lose.
Or if
Kyle's
it's
gonna
not
win
giving
this
me
one.
credit.
He just had a drink recently.
I don't even have one of those things, so I think I win by default.
Or
Just
lose.
FYI. Yeah, I guess it could be lose.
Yeah, I would say you lose.
Damn it, Taylor. Kicked my ass. What's Kyle getting? I got Kyle, though.
Yeah, only .049 according to this.
I don't know how to explain this.
049, Cal?
Yeah.
I am so
you
far
could drive,
past
you could go lift someone up. Like,
I don't believe that.
Legal drinking limit.
It says I could drive,
quite drunk.
but you are not safe in my car. I assure you. I promise you, this is a terrible idea.
It even says it on the box. Do not use this to determine whether or not you should drive.
That's good advice. Because
why? What is the fucking point if it doesn't do what it's supposed to do? If it's not going to actually
determine. The point is that you can do shitty drinking episodes like this.
Yeah, they thought that it was going to prove that we got drunk. If you're questioning my drunkenness, you don't know drunkenness.
I'm not questioning drunkenness.
Not you, the listener.
Woody is absolutely drunk right now, and I would not place him behind the wheel of the car.
No, but I'm safe to drive for some reason. Yeah. Here's the thing I just figured out. Like, I feel like, you know how they say...
bring in some sort of argument about new money versus old money right now. This would be the opportune time.
I would so lose. Do you know how they say that, like, if people sometimes say that if an officer gives you a field sobriety test, one of these blow things, you should deny it and opt for the blood test. And I feel like what I'm experiencing right now, it's more accurate, I'm told. I'm not an expert. But I feel like what I'm getting right now is that it really is inaccurate. This is bullshit. I have had random numbers all night long.
Yeah. I think that their breathalyzer is much better. It's bigger.
It's a $76 breathalyzer.
Yeah, I
it's a
guarantee that
$76
the
breathalyzer.
What is
police
this,
breathalyzer is probably
$35?
like at least a few $100. Like we went above and beyond the Call of Duty as far as breathalyzers are concerned, because people may think these are cheap.
I thought this was $80.
This is like $70. There are breathalyzers out there that are like $20 that you can put on your keychain that are bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
So we actually went above and beyond by getting these nice ones.
Did you
which
see
I've
Jim
used on the
Norton
Truly
give
Terrible
Nancy Grace
podcast
shit?
multiple times.
Did you see Jim Norton giving Nancy Grace shit on his show?
I did. That was hilarious.
Nancy
That
Grace,
was
the
hilarious.
Fox News person?
Nancy Grace comes on Jim Norton.
HLN.
And, she comes on Jim Norton and another guy's like podcast radio show. It looked like a radio show. They were in a very professional studio, and they just immediately, cool. Oh, they got a serious show. I'll start listening to it
It's
immediately.
the Jim Norton and Sam Roberts show on Sirius XM.
I'll find that channel tomorrow and tune in. But like his first question is like, like how do you feel that you're? I always space out. He just went after her immediately. He's like, these stories.
Well, I watched it too. I'll fill in for you.
Go ahead.
He was saying, basically Sam and Jim were sitting there with Nancy Grace. She had just walked in, and their first question was something leading in to the fact that she kind of exploits kidnapped kids and murder victims and gets hashtags trending like kid dead in dryer and things like that, because the story will be like, a mother used her dryer to kill a young child, because that's how Nancy Grace talks. Very bad cadence. And that's basically what it was. And it was them asking brutal questions like, so you had a Twitter hashtag going called baby dies in dishwasher. Do you think that may trivialize the actual struggle felt by the individuals in that case? And she goes, no, I don't think that does anything to lessen the effect of what we're doing out there.
Victim advocacy.
And the victim advocacy that we do is very good for everyone involved. And it was just them tearing into Nancy Grace for taking advantage of shitty situations to push her own agenda. And she could not defend it. It was hilarious.
She walked off the show about...
He left the show.
8 minutes in or something, 15 minutes in. It was very soon in. She's just like, well, I'm going to be leaving. And she's like, you got all your shots in. And they're like, well, these weren't shots. We're just curious how you defend these positions, these things you've done. Woody's vomiting, by the way, for the radio audience.
That looks like a vomit stumble.
Yeah, for the radio audience out there, Woody's vomiting up some of Kyle's best apple moonshine right now. And it's a goddamn waste if you ask me.
Judging from I haven't tried it. I wasn't given any of this, but judging from no, I got that. I wouldn't touch it if I had the option. But judging from all of you all involved in that, he's not enjoying that upchuck. That upchuck is going to be very sugary, very fucking intense. He's not getting away from it by throwing that shit up.
No.
That will only reintroduce the
He may already have diabetes. Because of drinking Kyle's best.
Wilford Brimley has a word with him.
4 cups of sugar in like 1.25 gallons of volume there. That's an enormous amount.
That means there's
sugar.
like a half cup of sugar in here.
I don't know what the volume.
No, like a quarter cup of sugar in here.
There's a lot of fucking sugar in there. It's thick. It's syrupy. It's. But for those who don't know, Woody's thing is he only will drink a drink that is super sweet. I would have done a drinking episode with Miller Lite. Like I can polish off a 6-pack and be good and buzzed and the normal amount of fat afterwards. But dude, I know you don't like. I know you don't have any respect for the Miller Lite at all.
Miller Lite is not
your alcohol.
It's not really beer.
Incredible. Because this has been a travesty.
I'm shocked you drank that whole bottle of champagne. That's outrageous.
I
also drank.
I liked what I had to drink tonight.
The third of bottle of wine that was in there for like 4 months, which is empty.
I was happy. I just didn't understand. Like, this was your show, you guys' show. You guys wanted to have it. You guys wanted a drinking episode, but you weren't prepared for drinking. I don't understand.
I thought that this would be enough to get me pretty wasted.
I did too.
That's 3 glasses of wine.
I know, but I didn't know
it for me and Woody. Well, all right. So to be fair, I will say this: it's a small amount of alcohol for a drinker, but Woody and I just don't drink. Last time I had a drink of alcohol, and meant to like I had a beer last year with my dad. It was hot.
Last year?
Yeah, last year I had a
summer?
beer. Yeah, last summer I had one beer with my father. That's the last time I drank.
Holy
and then,
fuck, that's so long ago?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't drink alcohol. I don't care for it. I don't like getting drunk.
No, it's really cool.
Not my thing. And then I got the genetic predisposition toward all kinds of bad things happening. So
you're doubly against it. It makes sense.
No reason to risk it. Yeah.
And I got no problem with it. Like, I got no problem. Like Wings would always do this thing where he claimed his dad was an alcoholic, and so he would fake drinking on our show with this sugar water or something. Like, I don't think I'm going to become an alcoholic tomorrow. I'm not going to the store tomorrow to buy a case of beer or anything. Like, Jesus Christ. But
and if you did.
But I did know that it wasn't going to take. So what I did the other day is I took one of these and I sipped like that much of it. I'm trying to show accurately with the camera. I drank like that much and immediately had a buzz. Immediately had a buzz, like after 2 gulps of this crap. So
to be clear, because you wanted to see what it would do to you.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
Because it was good.
Yeah, and so basically, Kyle's lack of tolerance made me think that I drink a couple nights a week, that it would get me drunk, and I was mistaken.
Yeah.
But which is crazy because I don't drink every night or anything. Like, I thought that's what it took to get a super high tolerance, but I guess just regularly drinking socially or whatnot gives you enough of a tolerance to really outdo people who don't drink at all.
I know I used to be able to drink a lot more than that. Like we would always go to this Mexican restaurant, and I would get this gigantic mug of frozen mug of beer, and I just drink. I guess I would drink a half a gallon Dos Equis a night every night, and but man, I don't feel so great. I don't feel sick though. I'm not gonna vomit. That's not gonna happen.
I don't either. Like, I almost wish I would, because this is so many calories.
So many calories.
This is so many
calories.
And so many wasted ones. Like the wine I drank that was 4 months old, that was fucking horrible. And it still was not half as bad as this Chandon. This is poison. This is of California. I guess
how you doing, Woody?
Champagne, make sure that it is not dry.
Look at Woody.
I didn't know that was a thing. I thought that would be good.
You okay, Woody?
What's that?
How you doing over there?
Oh my God! I wish.
Did you get the evil out of you?
No, I went to the bathroom and I knelt down by the toilet, and I thought I'd throw up, but I didn't. So I just started cleaning the toilet. I grabbed toilet paper and I was like, there's some pubes
and then my OCD took over, and I got the spick and span and.
My thought process was I'm going to appreciate that I cleaned this toilet later tonight, and now it is glorious.
You're just going to ruin the cleanliness of that toilet later tonight.
That's the idea. When I vomit tonight, I will not be thinking how gross an environment I'm in. I'll be thinking,
Are you really? Do you really think you're going to vomit tonight? Really?
I'm not 100% sure. I think so.
I think you can keep it down. I think you can muscle it down. I know Kyle doesn't, but I also have no feelings of vomiting.
I have shifted from the glorious drunk to the, fuck. That was probably a couple too many.
When I did that eating competition at that paintball thing, and I don't know how many hamburgers I ate. It was 4 quarter-pounders or something. They were cut in half, and I ate 8.5 of those. So that's 4 1/4 quarter-pounders or something. It's a pound of hamburger meat plus the buns and shit. I was like, this is bullshit. This is not my meal for tonight. I'm going to go vomit this up, and then we're going to go get some good food. And I did. And that's kind of how I feel about, at least 1,000 calories of, gross shit we just drank. I'm pouring all this
Pouring all of it out? No, dude, save it. It's a cool thing to have. Yeah, I would like more. Send it to me. Melissa wants some.
Well, I will hook her right.
Melissa loved it. She was like, "Oh my God, this is the best thing ever." I love it.
Here.
Yeah, well, she'll drink quite a bit of that. She really likes it, but you shouldn't pour it out, dude. You did a good job. Your first time trying to make moonshine. I think you did a great job.
I feel
you as his friends kind of failed though, because the first time someone makes moonshine, you should be like, "Yeah, it's great. I'll try a sip, but I'm not committing to drinking lots of this because that's a really fucking bad idea."
Filthy, I have to ask you, Like I'm using the back of my chair as kind of a head stabilizer. Like it it makes the world rotate less. Is that what you were doing too?
I'm not spinning. I don't get spins very often. Like my genetic layout is my family, my genetic family anyway. When shit gets on board, it's really hard to get rid of it. I don't throw up. I don't get sick. I don't spin like that. I just process the fuck out of it. So
I lean forward 100% of the time for every show. I'm good.
Good.
I get the spins. I get nauseous.
I don't.
I get vomitus. I will start throwing up and won't throw up all night. I'll get a sour stomach, so the vomit is hyper acidic, like so acidic that you can just like you're like spitting the sour acidicness of it out of your mouth.
I once it's on board, I can't get fucking rid of it. So if I'm gonna drink the fucking shit,
I get everything bad that Kyle mentioned, and then throw in a hangover. I can't see me possibly becoming an alcoholic because I get all the negative times 10.
There's like 8 drugs I can name off the top of my head that are better than alcohol. What the fuck are you people?
Dude, if you really think about it, the amount of drinking that it takes to be like a real like hardcore alcoholic is like you're waking up in the morning and you're taking like a slug of vodka.
No, we
and
aren't.
Then probably more. Like imagine the amount of.
I must defend those of us who wake up in the morning and don't take a slug of vodka, but nevertheless may identify as alcoholics.
No, I wasn't. Okay, maybe that's how you identify. I wasn't saying that's how all of them are. I'm just saying that like the picture of an alcoholic in my head is someone who like wakes up in the morning and like takes a big glug of vodka and like goes and makes some food maybe and then just drinks more. It's like think of the amount of calories you're consuming and then also how not full you feel ever. Like that seems really awful. I don't know if that's how it is, but I'm sure it's something like that.
So we should probably wrap the show soon, huh?
I think we probably should because Kyle's eyes are giving me
Woody is horizontal.
Woody is horizontal. For the first time in PKA history, I can see both of his knees.
we got Woody's thighs on camera, and past that, I don't know what we want to do tonight.
No, I don't either. I might just hop off here, put something on TV, and then until I sober up and go to bed, just play Civ.
Oh, that's what's happening. Yeah, I'm gonna go play. I'm gonna finish up my game.
You're doing shit after this?
Do you want to play some Civ after this, Kyle?
Oh, absolutely. I will destroy you.
Filthy, wait, Woody, you're not gonna do something after this?
I'm gonna render this video reluctantly. I don't know how to explain how I wish I could get out of this. I wish there was some way to not do this tonight, but there are Patreon.com/PKA people that paid for me to do this shit after every show that expect early access. Yep. So that's what I'll be doing.
Well, once again, how about this?
Once again, before we end it, credit where credit is due to Woody for drinking hard this episode. I am very proud of you. I didn't think you would drink this much. I'm very impressed.
I told him you would.
I'm sure my mom is equally impressed.
Taylor and I were having a whole private conversation today about this, and I'm like looking for it right now, like what I said. I was like, Woody is not known for half-assing things. Woody will.
That is exactly what you said. You said Woody does not half-ass things, and I was like, I don't know, like he doesn't like to drink or something along those lines, and you totally proved me wrong.
Dude, all day long this was on my mind. I was like, I know it's coming tonight. This is not what I choose for myself, but this is the thing that I'm doing for our subscribers.
Dude, honestly, I got Qdoba before this because I wanted to like have a burrito. Like I wanted to treat myself before this disaster. And like as I was like walking in my car with my burrito in the big plastic bag, I like caught myself saying like I don't want to go fucking drink right now. A bunch of fucking apple juice. God damn it! Like just, I
love those.
Go home and play video games and go to bed.
All right, so let me read my my outro. Let's let Filthy. I almost called you Lefty again because I'm a little drunk here.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Let
I thought I was doing well. I thought I was doing well this summer.
You're doing great.
Lost a little weight, worked out a lot. I don't want to be called Lefty every fucking time you get fucking confused over here. I'm not liking it.
just doing the best I can. So you guys want to get your side hustle on? Well, you're going to want to sign up with Uber and earn some extra cash whenever you want. It's totally flexible. You're your own boss, like what you said, and you can cash out up to 5 times per day. There's no minimum amount, so you could you get somebody a ride, cash that money out, buy yourself some lunch, and just continue about your day. That's pretty cool. Sign up today at uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now. Filthy, tell them all where they can find your wonderful content.
It's a very easy thing to find me. YouTube, Filthy Robot. Google that. You'll fucking find me a million times over. Look for Filthy Robot C for fucking YouTube stuff, and Filthy Robot again. You'll find me again. Lots of Civ 6 content, lots of Civ 5 content. If you're interested in gaming, you should look me up. We'll fix that stuff. I'm going to make Taylor a much better Civ player. I have a feeling this is going to happen. He's going to beat Kyle 9 out of 10 times until the 10th time I talk to Kyle, and then it'll be 100%
I'm a genius,
for Kyle.
so I am your canvas. Paint on me.
Check him out. He's the best Civilizations player on planet Earth. And any other planet, as far as we know.
Yeah, check him out and use Woody's promotion there. Check him out. He's honestly the worst. If I weren't on the podcast, I'd kill myself right now.
Oh, by the way, G Fuel's running a coupon code Woody. It's 40% off, and it's very rare that they do that. So.
All right, coupon code Woody for G Fuel, and check out Filthy Robot. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
To the podcast.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.